It was late summer of 2016 when I first heard about that campsite. I was working as a seasonal ranger assistant in eastern Pennsylvania, covering a stretch of state forest that most people didn't even know existed unless they had reason to go deep into it. It wasn't a big-name park or a well-maintained recreation area. It was the kind of land that still felt wild. Old hardwood stands, endless trails that faded into deer paths, and access roads that were more mud and rock than anything resembling pavement. Most campers stayed closer to the maintained areas near the lakes or designated primitive sites with pit toilets. But every so often, I'd find people out where they shouldn't be. There was an old service road that split off from Route 87 about 30 miles south of Ricketts Glen. No sign marked it, just a faint gravel curve through the trees and a rusted metal gate that hadn't been locked in years. A storm had taken down part of the fencing years ago, and since then, off-roaders, hunters, and the occasional backcountry camper had been sneaking through. It wasn't technically illegal, but it was remote enough that if anything happened out there, you'd be on your own. We had no cell coverage, no radio signal, and even the state patrol drones couldn't map it properly due to canopy cover. The story came to me through another ranger, someone who had heard it secondhand from one of the temporary volunteers who'd camped out there before. At the time, I didn't think much of it. People tell stories all the time, things they think they saw, strange noises in the night, stuff that usually ends up being a bear, coyotes, or someone's imagination playing tricks. But the details stuck with me. It was the kind of story that felt too grounded, too plain to be made up. A couple had been camping somewhere past mile marker 7 on the logging road, a section that hadn't been maintained since before I was born. They had driven through after heavy rain and set up camp in one of the dry clearings surrounded by pines and laurel thickets. They said it was quiet, untouched, almost peaceful. But then things started to happen. Small things at first, then something else entirely. Months later, when I was assigned to that district, I went out there myself to check the area. My supervisor wanted to verify if the spot was still accessible and if people were still using it. That's when I started piecing the story together for myself. I had the old field report, some notes left by a previous ranger, and what the couple had written down when they reported it afterward. But none of that really prepared me for standing there myself. The drive out was slow. My truck bounced and rattled over washouts and loose stone. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. I left early, but by the time I reached the point where the road narrowed between thick clusters of spruce, it was nearly noon. The canopy blocked out most of the sunlight, making it feel later in the day than it was. The air was humid, heavy with that damp forest smell that sits after a rain. My tires sloshed through mud where the water hadn't drained. I stopped where the couple had supposedly camped, a small open patch on slightly higher ground, maybe 100 yards off the road. It wasn't much of a sight, but it was dry, which made sense. Even years later, I could see the faint outlines of tire ruts leading up into the clearing. Someone had flattened the grass once, and though nature had reclaimed most of it, I could still imagine where the tent had sat. The remnants were subtle. A circle of stones marking an old fire ring, a half-buried beer can, and what looked like a melted plastic wrapper. It didn't look like vandalism or long-term camping, just a single-night stopover, but something about it made me uneasy. The tree line felt closer than it should have. Every sound, a twig snapping, a drop of water hitting leaves, seemed sharper out there. I spent the afternoon taking photos for my report and marking coordinates. Around 3 p.m. I started down the road again, thinking I'd make it back before dark. But the truck hit a bad rut, and I had to get out to stack rocks under the rear tire. While doing that, I noticed another set of tire impressions in the mud, much fresher than mine. They came from a smaller vehicle, maybe a sedan, and turned off about half a mile back. I followed them on foot just far enough to see where they went. They led to another small clearing. That's where I found the first odd thing. It was a circle of disturbed earth, maybe 5 feet wide, pressed down like someone had set something heavy there for a while. Around it were footprints. Not boots like mine, but sneakers. Judging by the depth, maybe 2 people. What made it strange was that the soil was still damp, and the prints hadn't filled in. That meant they couldn't have been more than a few hours old. I hadn't seen another vehicle the entire morning. I didn't think much of it then. People came and went sometimes. Hunters, mushroom foragers, or just locals exploring. But as I stood there listening, I could swear I heard something faint through the trees. A low dragging sound, uneven and distant, like metal scraping rock. It echoed strangely, bouncing through the forest so it was impossible to tell where it came from. I stood there for a few seconds before realizing how still everything had gone. No birds, no wind, just that occasional faint metallic scrape. It stopped as suddenly as it started. When I got back to the truck, I logged it as a note and continued. The sun had already started to drop behind the ridge, casting the forest in deep shadow. By the time I reached the highway again, I could feel the tension in my shoulders ease. I didn't go back for another week. When I did, it was because a call came through from a trooper who'd been patrolling the nearby highway. He said someone had reported an abandoned car not far from the same area I'd been surveying. It matched the description of an old green Ford Taurus. They wanted a ranger to check it out since it was on state forest property. I met the trooper at the turnoff, and together we drove down the road until we spotted it. The car was parked haphazardly along the shoulder, half sunk in the mud. The driver's side window was cracked open and the hood was popped. A toolbox sat open beside the front tire, untouched. It didn't look like an accident or a breakdown, more like someone had stopped, pretended to fix something, and never came back. Inside were a few personal items: a coat, a half-empty water bottle, a flashlight, and some snack wrappers. The keys were still in the ignition. There was no sign of struggle, no footprints leading away that we could find. We ran the plates and found they belonged to a woman from Bloomsburg. The trooper made a note to follow up. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the unease. Something about the car's position reminded me of that first part of the story I'd heard, about the woman who had her truck parked with the hood open, waiting for someone to stop. I knew it could have been coincidence. People break down all the time. But then the second half of that story came back to me, about the man who kept driving by the campers, watching them. I wanted to believe none of it connected. But when I drove back out again a few mornings later, I noticed something new near the clearing where the couple had camped. Someone had been there again. The beer can was gone, replaced by a newer one. Same brand, same spot. The fire ring stones had been shifted slightly. There were faint shoe prints circling the area. That night, I stayed in my truck not far from the site, just to see if anyone came back. I parked off the road, engine off, windows cracked. It was completely black outside except for the faint moonlight slipping through the trees. For hours, there was nothing but the usual sounds of the forest. Then, sometime around midnight, I heard it again. That same dragging noise. It started faint, almost like a chain being pulled along gravel, then grew louder. It didn't move closer or farther. It just echoed steadily through the dark. My flashlight beam cut across trees and brush, but there was nothing there. The sound stopped, then started again in the opposite direction. I stayed frozen in my seat, trying to figure out what could make that kind of noise. It didn't fit anything I knew. Not an animal, not machinery. By 2 a.m. it stopped completely. I didn't sleep after that. When daylight came, I got out to look. The area around my truck was untouched, but near the fire ring, I found something half buried. A small, rusted chain link, the kind you'd see on an old logging chain. It could have been there for decades. Still, I collected it and logged it as debris. Over the next few weeks, other rangers started reporting strange little things too. A trail cam was moved from its post. A locked gate was found open when no vehicles had been through. Fresh boot prints appeared near one of the unused maintenance sheds deep in the forest. None of it added up to much, but it all felt connected. Then, in late September, a hiker came into the district office saying he'd found something off the road near mile marker 9. It was a small campsite, tent, fire pit, the usual, but no one around. The fire had burned out hours earlier. He said he felt uneasy being there alone and didn't stick around long. When I went out to check, the tent was still there. Inside was a sleeping bag, a backpack, and a small folding knife. Nothing seemed unusual until I saw what was under the sleeping bag, a beer can, same brand, sitting upright on the dirt floor. That was when the pattern really san. I've worked as a park ranger in Maine for a good portion of my life, and I've seen my fair share of strange things in those woods. Nothing supernatural, just the kind of things that stick to the back of your mind because they don't fit neatly into any explanation. The story I'm about to tell is one that's been in my family for years, passed down like an old photograph. My great-uncle used to live the deep woods life long before there were phones, GPS units, or reliable maps. He was the kind of man who was more comfortable in the forest than in his own house. A man who could identify a tree by its bark in the dark and walk a mile through the pines without breaking a twig. When I became a ranger, I started visiting some of the same areas he used to wander. They were dense, quiet stretches of land, rolling terrain covered in spruce, birch, and pine. The ground was soft with needles, and the air always smelled of sap and damp moss. Some of the trails out there weren't even trails anymore. They were just faint indentations in the dirt where boots had once passed. I always felt like I was walking through places that had seen a lot more than people talked about. My great-uncle was known for sleeping without a tent. Just a sleeping bag, the ground, and the stars. He didn't even like campfires most nights. He said they made too much noise, drew too much attention. He believed that the forest at night had its own rhythm, and if you sat quietly enough, you could feel it moving around you. According to my grandfather, one night he was out in the north part of the Allagash region, way past where the roads end. It was early autumn, the time when the nights start to get cold and you wake up to a crust of frost on your gear. He had set up camp in a clearing surrounded by old pines, the kind where the branches twist like they're reaching for something they'll never touch. He laid his sleeping bag on the ground, set his pack against a tree, and fell asleep under the open sky. The night was quiet except for the occasional creak of trees in the wind and the distant rush of a river. You can't imagine how quiet those woods get until you've been out there. It's not silence, it's layers of small noises, insects, leaves settling, maybe an owl once in a while. You start to realize how loud your own breathing is. At some point in the night, my great-uncle woke up. Not startled, not scared, just the kind of waking where your body senses something before your brain does. He didn't move right away. His face felt cold and he could hear his own heartbeat in his ears. Then, out of nowhere, he felt something soft and quick touch his cheek. He lay still. Another pat, this time near his mouth. Then another on his forehead. He opened his eyes, just a sliver at first. Moonlight filtered through the trees, silvering the ground. And standing over him was a raccoon, its little black eyes fixed on his face, its tiny hands gently patting him like it was trying to figure out what he was. It stood there, head tilted, whiskers twitching. My great-uncle didn't flinch. He just looked at it. The animal's paws pressed against his cheeks again, then brushed his nose. It was almost tender, the way it did it, like it wasn't afraid, just curious. He said it was one of the strangest things he'd ever felt, the delicate, cold touch of those paws, the slight scratch of their nails. He waited for it to bite or run, but it just stood there, examining him. And then, as if nothing about the situation was worth worrying about, he closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. That was the kind of man he was. If something didn't seem immediately dangerous, he didn't waste energy on it. He slept the rest of the night through. The next morning when he woke up, there were raccoon tracks all around his sleeping bag. Little prints pressed into the dirt and pine needles, circling him like the animal had paced there for a while. His pack was still leaning against the tree. Nothing had been touched or torn into. It was like the raccoon had just been curious about him and moved on. When I first heard that story as a kid, it seemed harmless, even funny. Just a raccoon poking around. But when I got older and started working in the forest myself, I began to understand why it unsettled people who really knew the woods. Wild animals almost never touch sleeping people. They'll dig through your pack, knock over your food, even sit near your campfire, but they don't come close to your face unless something's off. Curiosity alone doesn't usually explain it. Years later, when I was assigned to patrol part of Baxter State Park, I came across a section of forest that looked a lot like the one from my uncle's story. It was deep, shaded, the ground covered in thick moss that muted every step. I'd stop sometimes during patrols and just listen. There was something different about that quiet. It wasn't the usual peace of the woods. It was heavier, like the place was holding its breath. One afternoon I was hiking off trail to check a remote campsite. It had been abandoned for a while, but the station wanted someone to check for fire pits or trash. The air was cool, and the smell of wet pine needles filled my nose. I found the site near a dry creek bed, a simple flat area with a ring of stones where a fire had once been. No tents, no signs of anyone recently staying there, but the ground around it was disturbed, like something had been moving in circles. I knelt down, brushed away the top layer of leaves. Underneath I saw tracks, dozens of them. Raccoon prints overlapping, pressed deep into the dirt. Some fresh, some old. They circled a spot right in the middle of the camp where the ground looked smoothed out, as if someone had laid there. I measured the shape with my hand. It was about the size of a person lying down. It made my stomach tighten. I couldn't explain it. The area was far too remote for anyone to just stumble upon. There was no trash, no remains of food, no reason for so many animals to be there. But those prints told a story. Something had drawn them in, night after night. Maybe it was just the scent of someone sleeping there once, but there were too many tracks for that. They'd been returning. For the rest of that patrol, I couldn't shake the thought of my great-uncle waking up with that raccoon touching his face. I started to wonder how long it had stood there before he woke up. How many had been watching from the trees? The idea settled in my mind and never really left. Over the years, I heard more little things like that from old rangers. Campsites where animals behaved strangely. Places where they wouldn't run when you approached. Sometimes gear would go missing, but not food. Just small personal things like gloves, flashlights, a canteen. Sometimes they'd find them later, half buried in leaves a few yards away. One night on duty, I decided to camp in that same area. It was late autumn this time, colder than it had been for my uncle, and the ground was stiff with frost. I laid out my sleeping bag just like he used to do. No tent, no fire, just the dark sky and the rustle of branches above. I wanted to understand what he might have felt. At first, it was peaceful. The forest creaked inside around me, the stars bright enough to see faint outlines of the trees. I drifted in and out of sleep for a while until sometime in the early morning when I woke up to the feeling of pressure on my face. It wasn't heavy, just light rhythmic touches, soft but deliberate. My mind went blank for a second. Then I realized what it was. My heart thudded once hard, but I didn't move. I opened my eyes slightly, and in the faint starlight, I saw the silhouette of a raccoon. It stood right above me, tiny hands pressing against my cheek, its face inches from mine. Its whiskers moved with its breath. Behind it, in the shadows, I could see movement. Other small shapes, crouched low, watching. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the scrape of claws on the dirt. They were silent otherwise, just watching me breathe. I don't know how long I lay there, staring up at it. The raccoon's paws moved across my face again, slow and careful, like it was trying to understand something it couldn't name. Then it climbed off me and disappeared into the dark. The others followed, soundless, vanishing between the trees. I stayed awake until morning, too cold and tense to move. When I finally sat up, the ground around me was covered in tracks. Dozens again, maybe hundreds. Some had passed right next to my sleeping bag. Some were on it. I packed up and left that area before the sun had fully come up. I didn't report it in my notes because there wasn't much to report. It wasn't illegal. It wasn't dangerous. Not in a way that mattered to anyone but me. Still, I think about it every time I close my eyes in the woods. I wonder what drew them in. Maybe it's something about sleeping still and quiet in the dark. Something animals sense before we do. Or maybe they just recognize that. For a few hours, we become part of the forest too, no different from the dirt or the fallen trees. My great-uncle never thought much of that night, but I think he understood it better than he let on. He knew how small we really are out there, how easily the line blurs between watching and being watched. Every time I sleep without a tent now, I feel that same silence settle in, thick and heavy, and I wait. Sometimes, if I'm still enough, I swear I can feel that same light touch again. Just a tiny, curious hand brushing against my face in the dark, making sure I'm still real. When I was about 18, I took part in something called the Three Feather Challenge. It was part of our scout program, a kind of coming-of-age test meant to measure your endurance, patience, and self-reliance. The challenge had 3 parts: 1 day without food, 1 day without speaking, and 1 full day and night spent alone in the woods with nothing but a tarp and a knife, unseen by anyone. Once it was done, we had to make it back to camp without being spotted by the sentries who patrolled the perimeter. I'd already gone through the first 2 parts of the challenge. The day without food was tough, but bearable. The day without speaking was harder than I thought. You start to realize how much your mind relies on little words, even muttered ones, to stay sane. But it was the final part that everyone dreaded most. The night alone in the woods. No tent, no sleeping bag, no fire unless you were brave enough to risk being seen. That morning I left camp just after sunrise with my small pack. The campmaster checked my gear: tarp, knife, canteen, compass. No food, no light, no matches. He marked my departure and said nothing more. We weren't supposed to talk anyway. I walked north, away from the marked trails, trying to cover as much ground as I could before noon. The forest around the camp was dense, mostly old oak and pine, the kind of trees that block out most of the light even on clear days. I followed the faint sound of a stream until I found a narrow animal path that cut through thick undergrowth. After a few miles, I came across an area so overgrown it barely looked touched by people at all. Fallen trees lay in tangled heaps, and the air smelled damp and heavy with rot. It was exactly the kind of place the instructors said was good enough to vanish in. I decided that's where I'd set up for the night. I laid my tarp between 2 leaning trees, tying it low enough to keep me covered but high enough to crawl under. I cleared away sticks and rocks beneath it and spread a layer of dry leaves to keep from lying directly on the cold ground. My knife stayed strapped to my thigh. There wasn't much else to do except wait. Time passed slow. The quiet in the woods wasn't peaceful like I thought it'd be. It was thick, heavy, the kind that made every little sound stick out too much. Birds moving in the branches, the far-off creak of a tree in the wind, small rustles in the brush. All of it kept my attention sharp. As the light dimmed, I watched the last rays fade through the canopy, and by the time night fully took over, I couldn't see my own hands without squinting. I lay there in the dark, listening. Every once in a while I heard faint splashes from somewhere downhill. There must have been a lake or pond nearby. I could smell the water, that damp, clean scent, mixed with the sharpness of algae and wet earth. I told myself I'd check it out in the morning before heading back to camp. The night stretched on forever. My stomach growled nonstop, and every small noise made my nerves tighten. Once I thought I heard footsteps. Slow, careful ones, but they faded before I could figure out if it was a person or an animal. I barely slept. When I finally drifted off, it was more like I passed out from exhaustion. Before dawn, I woke up cold and stiff. The forest was still, wrapped in that strange pre-morning silence where even the birds haven't started. The air had a thin mist to it, the kind that hangs close to the ground and makes the trees look taller than they are. I decided to go find that lake and wash off before heading back. I figured a quick dip might wake me up and make the trek back less miserable. I packed up the tarp, folded it tight, and slung it over my shoulder. The slope downhill was steeper than it looked the night before. The ground was slick with moss and leaves, and the mist made it worse. I walked slow, steadying myself on tree trunks, until I reached flatter ground where the soil turned darker and wetter. After about 10 minutes, I saw the faint shimmer of water through the fog. The lake was small, more like a wide pond, surrounded by reeds and tangled brush. The surface was perfectly still, a dull gray mirror under the first light of morning. I dropped my tarp and knife on a dry patch near a log and started undressing. The air was cold enough that my skin prickled instantly, but the thought of sinking into cool water after that long night sounded perfect. Then I noticed them, a few shapes near the far side of the lake. At first I thought they were stumps or rocks, but after a second I realized they were people. 3, maybe 4 guys, sitting or standing along the shore. They had fishing rods. I froze halfway through undressing, heart jumping. I hadn't expected anyone to be out there, especially this deep in the woods. For the challenge to count, no one could see you. You had to remain completely unseen until you got back to camp. If they spotted me, it'd ruin everything. I pulled my clothes back on quickly and decided to head back up the slope before they noticed me. I was barefoot, holding my boots in one hand, stepping light and careful through the wet ground. I was about halfway back up when it happened. The ground beneath me just gave way. No warning, no sound. It just collapsed. My right leg punched through first, then the rest of me followed. I dropped fast, up to my armpits before I stopped. The stench hit me like a punch in the face. It was foul beyond anything I'd ever smelled. Like rotting meat mixed with sewage and something chemical. I tried to pull myself up, but the ground sucked tight around me like wet clay. I pushed my arms against the edge and my fingers slipped through something soft that tore apart under pressure. I looked down and realized what I'd fallen into. The pit was full of animal remains. Deer mostly. Some still had scraps of fur clinging to them. Others were just bones and black sludge. The surface was covered with a greasy, bubbling film that looked alive in the dim light. My weight had broken through a thin layer of dirt and leaves that someone had used to cover it. I gagged hard, trying not to throw up. Every breath filled my nose with that sour, sweet stench of decay. I could hear faint fizzing sounds below me, gases bubbling up through the rot. My arm shook as I tried to find leverage on the slippery edge, but every movement just made the muck close tighter around my waist. The more I struggled, the deeper I slid. It took every ounce of strength to get free. I twisted sideways, digging my elbows into the edge, pulling until I felt something tear in my shoulder. The suction broke with a wet popping sound, and I scrambled out, collapsing onto the ground beside the hole. I was coated in thick black slime that stuck to everything. It felt warm, almost alive, and the smell clung to my skin like oil. I crawled a few feet away before I stood up, shaking and dizzy. My chest was heaving and my eyes watered from the stench. When I turned back to look, the pit didn't even look real. Just a dark wound in the ground, covered in flies and surrounded by faint animal tracks. It hit me then what it was. Poachers had been working that area. We'd heard rumors before, illegal hunters coming in at night, taking deer out of season, cutting off what they wanted and dumping the rest. That pit must have been their dumping ground. They'd filled it with guts, heads, and bones, then covered it up to keep animals from scattering the remains. Over time, it all fermented together, turning into that black sludge I'd fallen into. I didn't stick around to think about it. I grabbed my tarp and knife and started back toward camp, shaking so hard I could barely walk straight. Every step squelched. The stuff was in my clothes, my hair under my nails. The more I moved, the more the smell seemed to spread, sinking into my skin. The sun started rising higher, burning through the fog. I could hear the morning calls of other scouts in the distance faintly. I knew I was getting close to camp, but I also knew I couldn't walk in like that. I'd be seen instantly, and the challenge would be over. I had to wash off somewhere first. I found a small stream about 100 yards from the perimeter. It was narrow with cold, fast-moving water. I dropped everything and waded in, scrubbing myself with handfuls of sand and moss. The water turned brown around me, carrying away chunks of the black muck. But no matter how much I washed, the smell stayed. It was deep in my skin. I could taste it in the back of my throat. When I finally reached camp, I slipped through the trees, staying low and moving quiet. The sentries were focused on the trail ahead of them, not the woods behind. I managed to crawl past their line and make it to the campmaster's tent just as the sun cleared the trees. He looked up when I stepped in, eyes narrowing at the sight of me. I must have looked half feral, clothes stained dark, skin pale, shaking like I'd been sick. He didn't say a word, just nodded once and marked my return. I went straight to the wash area and stayed under the water until my skin went numb. The smell never completely left. Not that day, not for weeks. It clung to me like it was part of me. I learned later that the local rangers had found the pit not long after. Someone must have reported it. They said it was one of the worst they'd ever seen. Dozens of deer, all gutted and dumped, left to rot in that hole. They never caught the people who did it. Sometimes, even now, when I walk through the woods after a rain, I catch a whiff of that same smell, faint, like something distant but familiar. And every time it hits, I feel that sinking weight again, the ground giving way, the pull of that pit closing over me. It reminds me that there are worse things in the woods than ghosts. Things real people do, hidden just under the surface, waiting for someone unlucky enough to step through. I was the lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. The kind of place where you could drive for hours and not see another soul, where the woods pressed close to the road and the silence seemed to have weight to it. The nearest town was about an hour and a half away, and that was on a good day when the dirt roads weren't washed out or covered with fallen branches. It was a lonely stretch of forest, dense, damp, and colder than I expected for that time of year. I had transferred up from a district farther south where the trees were spaced out, where the air was warm and dry, and the sun cut through the pines in gold slashes. This place was nothing like that. Here everything felt older, heavier. Even the air seemed to move slower. The guard station sat on a rise above a narrow creek, surrounded by tall firs that blocked most of the light. It was an old structure, probably built sometime in the 1950s, with creaky floors and warped window frames that whistled when the wind picked up. When I moved in, the solar system that powered the cabin barely worked. Most nights I was stuck using a headlamp or candles. There was a generator in the shed, but it was unreliable, sputtering out half the time before it even warmed up. Still, I didn't complain much. That's just how things went out there. You made do with what you had. I didn't sleep much those first few weeks. There were bats in the attic, hundreds of them by the sound of it. I could hear them scratching and fluttering above me as soon as the sun went down. It was constant, like a dry rustling that never stopped. I tried patching holes and sealing gaps in the ceiling, but they always found a way back in. Some nights I'd wake up to the sound of something walking on the deck. Just slow, deliberate steps, circling the cabin. It never lasted long, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. It wasn't the usual night sounds of the forest either. It was heavier, more deliberate. I told myself it was just a raccoon or maybe a beaver wandering up from the creek. Still, the thought of something pacing just outside while I tried to sleep made it impossible to rest. The woods there felt different. I'd spent years working in forests, sleeping under the stars, hearing all the usual night noises that most people would find terrifying. I knew the sounds of coyotes, of deer crashing through brush, of owls calling in the dark. But this forest, it was quiet in a way that didn't feel natural. The silence was thick, as if something out there was holding its breath. During the day it was fine, but when the sun dropped behind the ridge and the last bit of light faded, I always felt like I was being watched. Not in the usual, I'm alone in the woods kind of way. It was different. It felt personal. About 2 months into the job, the scratching on the deck got worse. It wasn't every night, but when it came, it sounded closer. Sometimes I'd hear a low scrape along the door, or a thump against the side of the cabin. I'd go out with my flashlight and check, but never saw anything. Just empty porch boards glistening with dew. The next morning I'd find small marks on the railing, like claws had dragged across the wood, but nothing big enough to really worry about. The district was known for its badgers and beavers. They were bold and often came close to buildings. So I told myself that's all it was. Still, I started keeping my shotgun leaned against the wall beside the door, even though technically it wasn't allowed in government housing. But rules like that didn't mean much out here. When you're alone in the backcountry, you do what you have to. Tuesday nights were my grocery runs. I'd drive down the winding dirt road into town, stock up on canned goods, beer and gas, and make the long trip back. It was about a 3-hour round trip, sometimes longer if the roads were bad. One night in late July, the air felt heavier than usual. The forest was still, no wind, no bugs, nothing. Even the sound of the creek seemed muffled. I remember feeling uneasy as I turned onto the last mile of road toward the guard station. The headlights swept over the trees, the shadows twisting and stretching across the trunks like they were moving on their own. My gut told me something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was completely dark. The solar power had gone out again and the sky was pitch black. I killed the engine and stepped out, balancing a few grocery bags in my arms. That's when I saw them, 2 eyes reflecting the light from my headlights, about 50 feet from the front porch. They were low to the ground, but higher than what you'd expect from a raccoon or badger. maybe 3.5, 4 feet off the ground. They didn't move, just watched me. My stomach dropped. For a second, I thought it might be a deer, but the eyes were too close together, too steady. The longer I looked, the more I realized it wasn't acting like a deer. It wasn't twitching or shifting. It was crouched, focused, like it was waiting. I froze. The forest was silent except for the soft ticking of my truck's cooling engine. Then the eyes blinked and the shape lowered slightly. I felt every hair on the back of my neck stand up. I yelled at it, hoping to scare it off, but it didn't move. It just crouched lower and inched closer. I grabbed a piece of firewood from the pile near the porch and hurled it in the direction of the eyes. It landed with a dull thud, and the eyes flinched back but didn't disappear. No growl, no sound at all. That silence was worse than any noise. I grabbed another piece of wood and threw it, then another. The thing moved back a bit, then crept forward again. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the cabin keys. The air felt wrong, like the woods were holding their breath again, waiting to see what I would do. I got the door open and slammed it behind me, dropped the groceries, and went straight for the shotgun. My headlamp was dim, batteries running low, but it was better than nothing. I loaded the gun, stepped back out, and swept the light across the clearing. The eyes were still there, just beyond the tree line, unmoving. The beam of light caught a bit of shape, muscular low to the ground, a long body. Mountain lion, I thought, but it seemed too large. I'd seen plenty of them before in other districts, and none had made me feel like this. I threw another piece of wood, yelled again, this time louder. The creature finally turned and melted back into the brush without a sound. I stayed there, gun raised, listening. Nothing. The night swallowed it whole. After a few minutes, I backed into the cabin and locked the door. My hands were trembling so bad I could barely hold the beer can I cracked open. I drank 4 IPAs that night, sitting on the edge of my bed with the shotgun across my knees, waiting for the sound of footsteps to return. It didn't, not that night. In the morning, the trail crew came up for a scheduled check-in. I told them what happened, and we looked around. Sure enough, there were mountain lion tracks all over the porch, clear as day. They circled the cabin, across the deck, around the rocking bench, and down toward the creek. The prints were deep, clean, and unmistakable. We followed them for a while until they disappeared in the brush near the water. That confirmed it, mountain lion. But that didn't explain the feeling I'd had. I'd been around lions before. They're predators, sure, but they don't usually come that close to human scent, and they certainly don't stalk people for that long. It didn't make sense. After that, things didn't go back to normal. I'd lie awake at night staring at the ceiling, listening for the sound of something on the deck. Some nights the rocking chair would move. Just one slow creak, then silence. The next morning I'd go out and check for tracks, but there'd be none. The soil around the cabin stayed damp from the creek mist. It should have shown prints, but it never did. I even set up a motion light, but it kept malfunctioning. Batteries drained faster than they should have, and sometimes it clicked on by itself in the middle of the day when nothing was there. The unease grew with every passing week. I started noticing strange things when I was out on patrol. Freshly broken branches across trails I had cleared the day before. Sets of tracks that followed mine for miles before vanishing suddenly, like something was tailing me but careful not to be seen. I began carrying the shotgun with me everywhere, even during daylight, even when I was just collecting firewood. Once, near dusk, I was down by the creek filling water jugs when I heard a soft splash upstream. It wasn't a fish jump, it was heavier. I stood still and listened. A moment later, a single branch cracked. When I turned, I thought I saw a shape move between 2 trees, just a flicker of tan against the green. I waited there, holding my breath, until the forest went still again. Then I left. I didn't even look back. I started sleeping less and less. Every sound, the wind, the drip of water from the roof, the settling creaks of the cabin, kept me on edge. Some nights I sat outside on the steps, shotgun across my lap, scanning the tree line with a flashlight until dawn. I'd tell myself I was imagining things, that the isolation was getting to me, but deep down I knew that whatever was out there was still watching. It wasn't just random chance or an overly curious predator. It was deliberate. My last week there, before the snow started to fall, I packed up early. The job wasn't over, but I'd made up my mind to leave. I told the district office that the solar power was shot and that I needed to relocate to a different post. They didn't argue. I didn't tell them the real reason. When I loaded the truck that final morning, the air was so quiet that my boots on the porch sounded like gunshots. I stopped for one last look at the cabin. The rocking chair was moving again. Just a sigh. I worked as a park ranger in the southeastern United States for a good number of years after college. I'd studied environmental science, and most of my friends went on to desk jobs or grad school, but I wanted to be outside. My best friend from college, Mark, was a geology major who also ended up becoming a ranger, though he worked in a different district farther south. We stayed in touch for a while after graduation, but as time went on, the calls got less frequent. We both got busy with our own lives, and before I knew it, a few years had passed since I'd last heard from him. One night, about 8 or 9 years ago, we finally caught up over the phone. It was late, and I remember sitting on my porch, listening to the cicadas when he told me a story that stuck with me ever since. I remember every detail because of the way he told it, not dramatically, but with this quiet, uneasy tone that made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. At the time, he was stationed at a park known for its large river system and deep hardwood forests, the kind of place where the air smells like damp leaves and soil, where everything seems older than it really is. The park had long trails, cliffs along the river, and dozens of small coves where the water pooled calmly before dropping into rapids. It wasn't a tourist-heavy park. Most visitors were either hikers, campers, or older couples who liked peaceful scenery. He said there was this one couple, an older man and woman, who he'd seen come through the gates several days in a row. They drove an older sedan, kept to themselves, and always came in the morning, heading down toward the river trails. They weren't rowdy or careless, so he hadn't paid much attention at first. But after the third or fourth day, he decided to talk to them, just to make sure they weren't lost or camping without a permit. That's when he learned they were visiting from out west. They'd gotten engaged somewhere in that same park decades ago and had come back to find the exact spot. They had old photographs printed on worn paper, faded Polaroids with a man and woman standing by a riverbank with large rocks behind them and a crooked tree leaning out over the water. Mark said the photos looked like they were taken sometime in the 1970s, judging by the clothes and color tone. They couldn't remember exactly where it had been. Trails had shifted over the years, trees had fallen, erosion had changed the land. But Mark loved that kind of thing, comparing terrain features, studying maps, and figuring out where an old photo might have been taken. He said he spent a good hour looking at their pictures and maps, narrowing down where it could be. Eventually, he offered to take them himself. He drove them in his ranger truck to the area he thought might match, then hiked with them along a narrow path that wound down toward the water. It was one of those hot, still afternoons where the air doesn't move, and the sound of insects hums constantly in your ears. He remembered the woman struggling a little with the uneven ground, and the man helping her along. They were both quiet, polite, and deeply focused on finding that spot. After about 40 minutes, they reached a bend in the river where the bank sloped down into a calm pool. There was a flat rock sticking out near the water's edge and an old leaning tree just like the one in their photo, only older and bent lower now. Mark said when they saw it, the couple stopped walking. They just stood there staring at it. They didn't say anything. They just looked around, comparing the view to the old photographs. Mark felt a kind of peace about it. It was rare to see people that happy to reconnect with a memory. He stayed with them a bit longer, then told them he needed to get back to his post. They thanked him and told him they'd be fine walking back later. He hiked back to his truck, drove to the ranger station, and got back to his normal routine. But when he sat down to do paperwork, something nagged at him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he said the air felt heavy, like something was off. He kept glancing toward the entrance road, half expecting to see that old sedan drive out. By the time the sun started setting, the couple still hadn't come back. Rangers usually didn't worry too much if people stayed a little late. It happened often. But the park closed at dusk, and Mark didn't like the idea of anyone out there after dark. He waited an extra hour, hoping to see headlights coming down the dirt road. Nothing. He finally told his assistant to stay by the shack at the entrance and wait in case they showed up, while he went back out to check. He grabbed a flashlight, some basic gear, and drove back down to the trailhead where he'd left them earlier. It was nearly pitch black by then, the kind of dark you only get deep in the woods, where the trees swallow the last bit of light. He parked his truck, cut the engine, and sat there for a minute listening. The forest was quiet except for the steady sound of the river somewhere below. He started walking, following the same trail he'd taken earlier. The flashlight beam bounced over the ground, catching roots and fallen branches. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. He said he didn't know what he expected to find. Maybe they'd wandered off or gotten lost trying to find another spot. Maybe the woman had fallen and the man had gone to get help. But as he got closer to the river, he noticed something strange. The smell. It wasn't rot or decay, just this faint chemical tang in the air that didn't belong in a forest. When he reached the bank, he saw them. The couple was lying down on the sand near the flat rock, spooning, just like they had been in the photo decades before. Only this time, they weren't moving. Their faces were calm, eyes closed, and they looked almost peaceful, like they'd fallen asleep together. He said he froze there for a while, unsure what to do. There were 2 empty water bottles next to them and a small plastic bag lying open nearby. Inside were several pill containers, all empty. He didn't touch anything. He just stood there, listening to the water slide past, feeling the air grow colder around him. Eventually, he backed away and called it in over the radio. The nearest police unit was an hour away, and it took longer for the coroner and investigators to arrive. They questioned him, photographed the scene, and took the bodies out on stretchers after midnight. He stayed until everything was done, helping them navigate the trail and load the couple into the vehicles. When he got home that night, he couldn't sleep. He told me he kept seeing their faces in the beam of his flashlight, that peaceful look that made him feel both sad and deeply unsettled. The park was his home, and now every time he walked that trail afterward, he said it felt different. A few days later, the police got back to him. They'd identified the couple. The husband was a retired machinist from New Mexico, and the wife had been diagnosed with terminal cancer a few months before their trip. They hadn't told anyone they were leaving. No note, no calls to family. Nothing. They'd simply packed their bags and driven east. The coroner's report confirmed it was suicide. They'd ingested a mix of prescription medications and some kind of chemical compound, something meant to make them slip away quietly, without pain. They'd chosen that exact spot, where they'd gotten engaged 40 years earlier, to end it together. Mark said the part that haunted him most wasn't the bodies. It was that they'd probably planned it for months. They'd visited the park several days in a row, scouting for that place. They'd asked for his help to find it, but they never said why. He realized later that they probably didn't want anyone to know what they were planning. They just needed someone to take them there, and he'd unknowingly done that. He didn't blame himself. He knew there was nothing he could have done, but he said he couldn't shake the feeling that they had chosen him specifically. Maybe they saw something kind or trustworthy in him. Maybe they decided he was the one person they could ask for help without raising suspicion. For weeks afterward, he avoided that trail. But as a ranger, he couldn't avoid it forever. One morning, he went back. He said the air felt normal again, but there was a stillness to it, a kind of quiet that made every step feel heavier. The water was calm that day, sunlight flickering through the leaves, and it looked just like the picture he remembered. He knelt down near the same rock where he'd found them, half expecting to feel something, some trace of what had happened, but there was nothing. Just sand, stone, and the sound of moving water. He told me that was when he finally understood what made that job so strange sometimes. You spend your days surrounded by life, trees, animals, sunlight, but death slips in quietly, and when it does, it doesn't leave a mark. He stayed with the Park Service a few more years after that. Eventually, he transferred to a different area farther north, but he said he never forgot that couple. Every time he saw older visitors walking hand in hand or couples taking pictures by the water, it came back to him. Not in a haunting way, but as a reminder that everyone carries their own story, And sometimes the people who seem the calmest are the ones closest to the end. When he told me all this, he didn't sound shaken anymore, just reflective. But even now, years later, when I think about that story, I can picture the scene exactly the way he described it. A quiet riverbank at dusk. The air still and heavy, and two people lying close together, as if time had finally stopped for them right where it had all begun. That's how he left it. The same spot that had once been a beginning became their chosen end. And though there was nothing supernatural about it, nothing unexplained, there was something deeply chilling in how ordinary it all was. No struggle, no... I wasn't a ranger, but I've spent enough time hiking in mountains to know when something doesn't feel right. That trip to Andorra still sits heavy in my memory. My friend and I had planned what was supposed to be a clean, straightforward trek, a few days along the marked trails, camping at night, making our way through valleys surrounded by cliffs and green slopes that seemed to stretch forever. It was supposed to be simple, but things like this always start that way, don't they? We were somewhere near the border between Andorra and Spain when it started going wrong. The morning had been clear, the kind of bright mountain morning where everything feels sharper, thinner, like the light itself cuts through the air. The trail was easy to follow at first. White and red paint marks on rocks, the occasional wooden post. We'd been walking for hours, climbing higher through open meadows dotted with yellow flowers, then into the rougher country where the grass gave way to loose rock and pine needles. At some point, we must have missed a turn. I remember stopping on a slope covered in small stones, looking down at my boots and realizing I couldn't see another trail marker anywhere. My friend was behind me, looking tired but trying not to show it. We checked our map, but it didn't help much. The lines on paper didn't match what we saw around us. Ridges, gullies, and the same endless stretch of trees in every direction. The wind had picked up a bit by then, carrying that dry smell of rock and dust. We decided to keep moving, thinking we'd cross another marked path soon enough. The trail, or what we thought was one, narrowed into something barely wider than a goat track. It cut across steep slopes, loose rocks sliding under our boots. There were no sounds except the crunch of our steps and the faint hum of wind moving through the trees. It's strange how quiet mountain air can get when there are no birds, no water, no insects. The silence starts to fill your head until you're too aware of it. After maybe an hour, we came to a ridge and saw a wide valley below us, open and sunlit, with another trail winding along its floor. Relief hit me like a wave. It felt like we'd been walking in circles for half the day, but at least now there was something real, something human, a trail that looked used. We scrambled down, slipping on the loose stones, and when we hit the bottom, we started following the new path. It felt good to walk without having to guess where to put our feet. It must have been early afternoon by then, the sun high, the air still warm. My legs were sore and my shoulders ached from the pack straps. I remember thinking how quiet the valley was, even with our boots striking against the hard dirt. Then we saw him, a man walking ahead of us, maybe a couple 100 meters away. He had 2 golden retrievers with him, both off-leash, running ahead and circling back to him every few seconds. He was tall and lean, wearing a blue shirt and carrying a coil of climbing rope slung over his shoulder. The dogs looked healthy, their fur shining in the sun. The sight of another person out there gave me a weird sense of comfort. We picked up the pace, wanting to catch up and ask where exactly we were. We hadn't seen another person all day, and our map didn't tell us much about which side of the border we were on. The man walked quickly, but we managed to close the gap after a while. When we finally reached him, we stopped to rest for a few moments before walking together. He explained where we were, though I didn't fully grasp it at the time. Apparently, we had crossed out of Andorra without realizing it. The invisible line between countries hidden somewhere among the rocks and valleys. The nearest town, he said, was about 12 kilometers away. There was another smaller one about halfway there where he'd parked his car. He mentioned he was in a hurry, but if we made it to his car, he could drive us the rest of the way. We fell into step with him, his dogs weaving in and out between us. They had that warm, panting smell that dogs always have after a long run. Every so often they'd dash off into the grass, then return to trot beside him. I remember the sound of their paws, the jingle of metal tags against collars, the way their tails brushed against my legs when they passed. The man walked fast, and it was hard to keep up. The terrain began to slope downward, winding between tall pines and stretches of low shrubs. The air had changed, heavier now, more humid. I could hear a stream somewhere nearby, though we never actually saw it. My shirt clung to my back with sweat, and every step felt heavier than the last. My friend was quiet behind me, breathing hard. We talked as we walked, or maybe he talked and we mostly listened, nodding, too tired to add much. He seemed easygoing, confident, the kind of person who'd spent plenty of time outdoors. His rope swung against his shoulder as he moved, brushing against the metal clips hanging from it. After a while, I started to lag behind. My legs were burning, and the straps on my pack had rubbed raw patches into my shoulders. The man was still ahead, his pace unchanged, the dogs darting around his legs. I tried to speed up but couldn't. My friend slowed too, both of us keeping the man in sight as he rounded a gentle curve in the trail where the trees grew close together. By the time we reached the same bend, just a minute or two later, he was gone. Not just out of sight, gone. The trail ahead stretched straight for at least a few hundred meters. No turns, no dense trees, nothing he could have hidden behind. The air was still. No sound of dogs, no movement. I stopped walking. My friend did too. We stood there staring down the trail, waiting for something. A bark, the crunch of boots, anything. Nothing came. The silence was thick, almost heavy. I walked forward a few steps, scanning the ground. The dirt was hard-packed, dry, but there were footprints. They went forward a short way, then disappeared like the wind had swept them away. The dogs' prints too. A few shallow impressions, then nothing. We waited. 10 minutes maybe, long enough for my nerves to start prickling. I kept glancing toward the trees, half expecting to see a flash of gold fur or a figure moving. There was nothing. We told ourselves he'd probably taken a smaller side path we hadn't noticed. Maybe he knew the area better. Maybe he was cutting across to reach his car faster. That made sense. At least it was the explanation I wanted to believe. We kept walking slower now, glancing back every few minutes like maybe he'd appear again. But the trail stayed empty. The day dragged on, the light changing from bright to that dull, golden haze that comes before sunset. My legs felt like lead, and I started to notice how little water we had left. Every sound made me flinch. The snap of a branch, the buzz of an insect near my ear. The mountain silence, which had felt peaceful earlier, now pressed in from all sides. The path started widening, dipping down into another valley where the trees thinned out. The shadows from the mountains stretched long and dark across the slopes. My throat was dry and my back ached. I kept thinking about that man and the dogs, how quickly they had vanished, how soundlessly. By the time we reached the first signs of the smaller town, the sky had gone pale orange. The town wasn't much, a few stone buildings clustered near a narrow road, quiet and empty except for the hum of insects. There was no one around. I expected to see the man's car somewhere, maybe hear the dogs bark from inside, but there was nothing. Just silence and the faint sound of wind moving through grass. We stopped at a water trough near what looked like an old barn. The water was cold and tasted like metal, but it was the best thing I'd had all day. I looked around, scanning the horizon, half hoping to see that man walking toward us. But there was no sign of him. No car, no person, no dogs. We followed the road that wound downhill from the town, the sun sinking lower behind the ridges. It must have been another hour before we saw lights. The next town, the one he had mentioned. By then it was nearly dark, and the sky had that deep blue color that comes right before night. My legs barely worked anymore. We reached the hotel, a small building with a faded sign, and checked in. The relief of standing in a lit room with walls and running water was almost overwhelming. I remember washing my face in the sink and staring at myself in the mirror, skin red from the sun, eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. I could still feel the echo of the trail in my legs, that endless rhythm of steps. That night, I lay awake for a long time, listening to the hum of the old building, the faint noise of cars passing outside. My mind kept circling back to that man and his dogs, the way they'd vanished around the bend like they had never existed. I replayed it again and again, trying to find something I'd missed, some logical detail. Maybe he'd taken a shortcut. Maybe there was a hidden turn. Maybe. But even then, the trail ahead had been straight, open, empty. The next morning, curiosity pushed me to ask the woman at the hotel about local trails. I described where we had come from and mentioned the smaller town with a few stone buildings. She frowned and said there hadn't been anyone living there for years, just a few abandoned houses and an old farm. The nearest road was a few kilometers away. I didn't tell her about the man or the dogs. I just nodded and thanked her. My friend and I left later that day, taking a bus back toward Andorra. We never spoke about it much after that, and I'm not sure why. Maybe we didn't want to admit how unnerving it had been. It's been years since then, but every so often I think about that valley, the light on the rocks, the sound of our boots on the dirt. And sometimes in that memory I hear the faint jingle of dog tags and the echo of footsteps ahead. I was in the Gila Wilderness, deep in western New Mexico, a place that doesn't forgive mistakes and doesn't care who you are. You either respect the land or it will chew you up. It was early spring, still cold enough at night that your breath came out in clouds, and the air carried that sharp, clean edge of snowmelt and pine. Our convoy was making its slow way from Mogollon to Snow Lake, a line of dusty trucks and jeeps packed with tents, fishing rods, and way too much beer. The road wasn't much more than a winding dirt track carved into the side of the mountains, a thin scar twisting through the pines and sandstone cliffs. Every so often you could see far down into the valleys, where the forest turned into an endless sea of green that looked soft but hid miles of rock and brush. I wasn't a ranger then, not officially, but I'd been volunteering with the Forest Service for years, helping monitor trail conditions and assist with backcountry camps. I knew those roads like the back of my hand. You drive slow out there. The gravel's loose and the cliffs don't have guardrails. People die out there every year because they think their tires can grip rock that crumbles like sugar. It was mid-morning, the sun just starting to warm the chill off, when we spotted a Forest Service truck pulled over by a bend in the road. The ranger was standing off to the side, looking down into a ditch. We all slowed down, and when we got close, we saw why. A small SUV was half buried in a mess of loose stone and sand, nose down in the ditch, its front wheels spinning uselessly in the air. Apparently, someone had tried to make a U-turn and misjudged how soft the shoulder was. It's a common mistake out there, the kind that can ruin your whole trip. We parked along the side, and a couple of the guys got out to help. The ranger looked tired. His uniform shirt was dust-stained and his hat pushed back on his head. He said someone had come through earlier that morning, lost control trying to turn around, and ended up high-centered on the edge. Lucky they didn't roll the thing into the ravine. We had a Jeep with a winch, so we got it positioned, anchored it, and started the slow pull. The sound of metal cable straining echoed through the trees. The air smelled like dust and oil, and down below I could hear the faint trickle of water from snowmelt running through the rocks. The ranger kept glancing down the road, his face tight like something else was on his mind. That's when I noticed the movement, a figure coming down off the hill behind us. At first I thought it was another hiker, but as he got closer I realized how strange he looked. It was a man, tall and thin, with pale skin and light hair. He was wearing a full purple velvet tracksuit, the kind of thing you'd expect to see in some weird retro movie, not in the middle of the Gila backcountry. The sun caught on the fabric, and it shimmered slightly when he moved. He had a walking stick and a fanny pack strapped across his waist, and that was it. No backpack, no water bottle, no hat, nothing else. It was already close to 75 degrees, and the sun was fierce at that altitude. The man looked completely unbothered. He had this easy, almost euphoric expression on his face, like he was on vacation and not trudging through one of the harshest stretches of wilderness in the state. He smiled wide as he approached, nodding to us like we were old friends. There was something strange about the way he moved, slow but confident, like he'd been walking for hours and wasn't tired at all. The ranger turned to watch him come up, his posture changing instantly. I could tell he was uneasy. A person out here without supplies was a problem waiting to happen. People underestimate the Gila. You can wander half a mile off the road and end up in terrain that'll break your ankle or leave you lost for days. When the man reached us, he stopped just off the shoulder and stood there grinning. He looked European, blonde, sharp cheekbones, that kind of lean face that made his expression almost exaggerated. I caught a faint accent when he spoke, something Germanic. He seemed excited, like this was all some big adventure. He said he was German, out here exploring, having a great time. He seemed genuinely happy to be standing in the middle of nowhere with no gear. The ranger kept his distance but started asking him basic questions, where he'd come from, where he was heading, if he needed water or food. The guy just pointed off toward the mountains across the valley, like that was explanation enough. His smile never changed, not even when the ranger pressed him a bit. He refused water, refused help, just gave a cheerful nod, stepped across the road and started walking into the trees. No trail, no map, no backpack. Just that ridiculous purple velvet suit disappearing between the pines. We all stood there for a while, watching him go. The ranger muttered something under his breath and shook his head. He told us he couldn't stop the man. He seemed healthy and coherent enough, but he'd check the nearby camps later just to make sure the guy wasn't in trouble. Out there, you can't babysit every fool who decides to test their luck against the wilderness. We finished pulling the car out and got back on the road. By the time we reached Snow Lake, the sun was dipping behind the ridges and the air had turned cold again. The lake sat like a mirror surrounded by forest, quiet except for the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional bird. We set up camp, got the fire going, and opened the first beers. The stars out there are something else. Sharp and bright, like you can touch them. The Milky Way stretched across the sky in a pale band of light, and the forest around us was alive with the sound of insects and distant water. Later that evening, the ranger came by our campsite again. His truck headlights cut through the dark as he pulled in. He said he'd checked the nearby campgrounds and trails but hadn't found any sign of the German. No tents, no footprints past a certain point, nothing. Nobody else had seen him. He'd radioed around to the other rangers in the area, but there were no reports of missing campers or abandoned camps. The man had simply vanished into the wilderness. We shrugged it off at the time. Out there, people come and go, sometimes without a trace. Maybe he turned around. Maybe he got picked up by another group. We figured he knew what he was doing. But even as we sat around the fire that night, laughing and drinking, I kept thinking about how strange he'd looked walking away. That velvet tracksuit glowing faintly between the trees. That weird, calm smile like he was walking towards something he was looking forward to. The next morning, the ranger's replacement came by to check the area. He joked that the previous ranger must have been seeing things, but when we told him the whole story, his face got serious. He asked for details. What direction the man went, what he looked like, what time we saw him. He took notes in a small pad and said he'd make a report, though he doubted it'd lead to anything. We didn't think much of it after that. The weekend went on, and we spent most of it fishing, hiking, and trying not to freeze when the temperature dropped at night. But the image of that man never left me. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. The area he walked into wasn't just rough, it was empty. Miles of steep ridges and canyons, no official trails, barely any flat ground. Even an experienced hiker would have struggled to get far without gear. A man in a velvet tracksuit with nothing but a stick and a fanny pack wouldn't last long. The ranger was right to worry. A few years passed before I went back to that area as a full-time ranger. By then, I'd learned every inch of the Gila, the creeks, the canyons, the remote routes people rarely took. The story of the Purple Pimp German, as we jokingly called him, came up every now and then among the old rangers. Everyone had heard some version of it, though the details changed. Some said he was a lost tourist, some said a drifter. But nobody ever found any trace of him. No body, no gear, no footprints, nothing. One spring, nearly a decade later, I was assigned to survey the same stretch of land near Snow Lake. I was hiking alone along an unmarked ridge that led down into a narrow canyon where snowmelt streams cut through the stone. The forest was quiet except for the wind moving through the dead grass. I'd been walking most of the morning when I saw something bright through the trees ahead, a flash of color that didn't belong. I pushed through the underbrush and found a small clearing, maybe 15 feet across. There, tangled in a thicket of dead branches, was a scrap of purple fabric. The sun hit it and it shimmered faintly. It was velvet, faded and torn, but unmistakable. I felt my chest tighten as I picked it up. It was old, years old, but the color was still there. The trees around the clearing were tall and packed close together. The ground sloped down steeply behind it, leading into a drop-off that went maybe 60 or 70 feet into rocks below. I climbed down carefully, following what looked like the faint remains of a slide. Near the bottom, half buried in dirt and pine needles, was a cracked fanny pack. The zipper had rusted shut, but inside were a few coins, a small notebook written in German, and a metal lighter. There were no bones, no sign of a body. Just that. I stood there a long time listening to the wind. The sun was starting to dip, and the forest felt heavier, quieter. I didn't feel scared, more unsettled, like I was standing in a place that shouldn't have been found. I marked the location on my map, took what I found, and hiked out before dark. The report I filed never went anywhere. I used to be a ranger in the mountains of Northern California, near a range of thick pine and oak forest that stretched for miles before it broke into the high desert. The nights there were long, colder than most people expected, and when the wind blew through those canyons, it carried strange sounds that even seasoned rangers couldn't always explain. I worked there for a few years before moving on, but one particular night still sits heavy in my mind. It started out like most weekends. A bunch of college kids had come up from Sacramento, frat boys from one of those big schools that always seemed to think the forest was their playground. They parked 2 SUVs crooked across the gravel near the trailhead, music blaring, laughing so loud that even the trees seemed to echo their noise. We got a call from a family camping a few hundred yards away. They said the noise had been going on for hours. I was on duty with another ranger named Jim that night. We drove out to the site around midnight, headlights cutting through the trees and catching the drifting haze of their campfire smoke. They were drunk, obviously. Empty beer cans everywhere, tents half set up, coolers open with melted ice. When we pulled up the first time, we gave them a calm warning. Told them to quiet down, keep their fire small, and to respect the quiet hours. They nodded and promised to do better, but as soon as we were back at the station, I could still hear faint echoes of their shouting through the forest. I tried to ignore it for a while, hoping they'd settle, but by around 1:30 a.m., another complaint came in. That was when we went back. This time I wasn't polite. I told them this was their last warning. I remember standing near the edge of their firelight, the glow flickering against their faces, and I could feel how little they cared. I told them something I'd been told when I first became a ranger, something that was more of a local legend than a rule. I said that it wasn't just rude to make that much noise in the back country. It was dangerous. Around these parts, we had mountain lions, big ones, that the locals called ghost cats. You could be sitting by your fire and never know one was 20 feet behind you. They moved silent, patient, curious about sounds that didn't belong in their world. I told them not to leave their tents that night and that if they heard anything, not to make a sound. I think they laughed after we drove away, but I meant every word. When we got back to the station, Jim and I started talking. He was grinning, and I could already tell what he was thinking. We had this old mountain lion pelt at the interpretive center, left over from a wildlife display. It was big, the head still attached, the fur sun-faded but real. The claws were worn dull, but the shape of it, that long body and the heavy tail, looked convincing from a distance. Jim said we should teach those frat boys a lesson they'd never forget. I was tired, but the idea of scaring them quiet didn't sound half bad. We loaded up the pelt, a pair of night vision goggles, and a big Maglite flashlight. The head ranger had blown some leftover budget money the year before on some gear, including a portable PA speaker we could use for wildlife calls. It was meant for education programs, but it could play pre-recorded mountain lion calls. It was surprisingly loud and eerily realistic in the dark. By the time we got back to their campsite, It was after 3 a.m. The fire was down to coals, and from the way the tents were moving, everyone was finally inside. The forest was silent again, that deep, muffled silence that only happens right before dawn. The air had that heavy, damp smell of dirt and pine sap. We parked the Jeep a little ways down the trail, turned off the lights, and started our setup. The moon was thin, barely enough to see by, so we worked mostly by touch. I went around pressing the lion pelt over sticks to give it some height, shaping the front like it was crouched low, tail stretched behind. It was crude, but in the dark, with the right light, it would look real enough. Jim started using the PA system, sending out low, drawn-out mountain lion screams from somewhere deeper in the woods. The sound carried through the trees like something alive. It made even me shiver a bit. We used a broom handle to press deep paw prints into the soft dirt around their tents. I knew what a lion print looked like: rounded toes, no claws showing, about the size of a man's hand. We made dozens of them, circling the tents, leading off into the woods. I kept glancing back toward the tents, waiting for someone to unzip the flap and peek out, but no one did. After a few minutes, Jim's lion calls started moving closer. The sound bounced through the trees, low and guttural. I started creeping toward the tents, shining my mag light just enough to pick up the edges of the fake pelt's shadow. From their point of view, it must have looked like something big was moving. Then Jim shouted from the dark, not at them, but for effect, saying to stay in their tents. His voice cracked like he was panicked, and I could hear rustling inside the tents immediately. We made it sound like chaos: lion calls, fake radio static, footsteps. I swept the flashlight beam across the clearing again, hitting the pelt just right so it cast a long, moving shadow against one of the tents. Then Jim yelled again, louder this time, and I heard one of the frat boys gasp. Even through the tent fabric, I could hear them breathing, fast and shaky. We let the noise build until it felt real. Then Jim shouted something about another one coming, and we both bolted. I killed the flashlight, tore down the pelt, stuffed it into the Jeep, and we sped off down the dirt road, laughing so hard I could barely keep my hands steady. The forest swallowed the sound behind us, and by the time we reached the station, everything felt quiet again. We parked, shut everything off, and just sat there in the stillness. My adrenaline was still running. Jim said we'd probably scared them straight. When the sun came up, we went back to check. The campsite was silent again, the air crisp and bright. You could see every fake paw print in the dirt, big and fresh looking. None of the tents were unzipped. It wasn't until about 8:30 that one of them finally peeked out. He looked around like a man walking through a minefield, eyes darting over every track. Then another guy came out, and then another. They looked pale, shaking, talking in low, scared voices. I stood off to the side, far enough that they didn't see me. I wanted to watch without them realizing I was there. When they saw the paw prints circling their tents, they froze. One guy pointed toward the fire pit where we'd left a few prints pressed deep into the ashes, like something big had stepped right through the coals. They didn't stay long. Within an hour, they were tearing down camp, barely folding anything, just shoving it all into their cars and driving off fast. Jim and I laughed about it for weeks after that. It was one of those harmless ranger pranks, the kind that made the rounds at training sessions for years. But over time, the story started to sit differently with me. A few days after the prank, we got a call from a different ranger working the South Road. He said he'd found what looked like lion tracks crossing the trail not far from that same campground. Big ones, fresh, with claw marks this time. I went out to take a look. They were nothing like the ones we'd made. The spacing was wide, and the dirt was deeply pressed, like whatever made them was heavy. They led down into a gully, through some thick manzanita, and vanished near a cluster of boulders. It wasn't unusual to find lion tracks up there. It was their territory, after all. But what caught me off guard was how close they were to the campground. We hadn't had a confirmed sighting that near in over a year. I remember crouching there, feeling the hair on the back of my neck rise. The tracks were so clear you could almost see the pads outlined. I looked around, half expecting to see movement in the brush, but it was dead quiet. That night, when I went to log the report, I thought about the noise those frat boys had been making. I thought about how I'd told them not to leave their tents, not to make a sound if they heard anything. And then I thought about the timing. How we'd been out there calling and making fake lion sounds for half an hour in the middle of the night. We had no idea if an actual mountain lion had been in the area, listening. Maybe even moving closer, curious about the calls. The more I thought about it, the less funny the prank felt. If there really had been a lion nearby, those kids could have been in serious danger. We'd created chaos, loud voices, movement, exactly the kind of thing that draws a predator's attention. Over the next few weeks, reports started trickling in. A hiker on the North Ridge said he'd heard something following him in the brush. Another camper said they'd seen eyes reflecting in their flashlight beam late at night. Nothing confirmed, but enough that we started advising people to keep small pets in their tents and make sure all food was sealed up tight. A month later, a hunter found a deer carcass not far from that same campground, half buried under pine needles. That's how lions store food, cover it up and come back later. The tracks around it matched the ones I'd seen near the gully. I went back there alone once, after that. It was early morning, mist still rising off the forest floor. I parked near the same clearing where we'd scared those frat boys and just stood there listening. The forest was quiet again, but not in a peaceful way. More like the kind of quiet that hides things. I walked around the edges of the clearing, and the dirt still showed faint traces of our old prank, flattened areas where we'd pressed the fake prints. But near the tree line, I found a single, newer print, fresh. When my cousin invited me to spend a few days with her out in the Montana-Wyoming borderlands, I didn't think it would turn into something that would sit in my mind years later. She worked with the Forest Service as a hydrologist, someone who rides deep into the backcountry to test streams, measure snowpack runoff, and make sure the water in the high country isn't carrying anything that shouldn't be there. I wasn't forestry, not even close, but the idea of tagging along for a few days sounded like the kind of break I needed. I liked the outdoors, camping, open sky, and I figured it would be a good way to disconnect from work, noise, and the constant feeling that everything was closing in on me. The plan was simple. 2 nights out in the backcountry, moving from one sampling site to another, then heading back to where she'd parked her truck near one of the ranger access gates. She had 2 horses, strong, quiet animals that were used to carrying both people and gear, and we packed light but smart. Tents, sleeping rolls, testing kits, radios, and just enough food for the trip. I remember how cold the air felt that morning we left. The kind of cold that feels cleaner than any air you get anywhere else. The first day was everything I hoped it would be. The trees seemed endless, deep green pine and spruce stretching as far as you could see. The trails were narrow and rocky, sometimes no more than a faint path worn down by elk hooves and the occasional Forest Service horse. The mountains rose around us like walls, streaked with snow near their tops, and the valleys smelled like wet moss and riverstone. We made camp near a stream that first night. It was the kind of place that feels untouched by time, clear water running fast over smooth rocks, a stand of tall pines forming a perfect natural wall on one side, and open sky overhead. The temperature dropped hard after sunset, and the sound of the rushing stream drowned out everything else. I fell asleep to that sound, the air cold enough that I could see my breath when I woke in the middle of the night. The second day started like the first, quiet and peaceful. The horses moved steadily along narrow ridges and through shallow valleys, and the whole world felt empty. It's strange being that far out. You stop hearing anything mechanical. No hum of distant roads, no aircraft, nothing. Just wind, birds, sometimes the crack of a branch when something big moves in the brush. Around late morning, we took a break near a small clearing where the ground was soft with pine needles. My cousin had this look on her face like she wanted to show me something, but I didn't think much of it. When she finally pointed up the valley and mentioned there was something weird nearby, I agreed to go along. We left the trail and headed into a narrow fold in the landscape, the kind of place that doesn't show up on maps and wouldn't catch your eye unless you were looking for it. The ride got harder as we went deeper in. The land started to dip, the soil loose and littered with fallen branches. It was the kind of terrain where the horses had to pick their footing carefully. It felt like we were going downhill the whole time. following a path that wasn't really a path, just a thin cut through thick brush and low pines. After maybe 2 hours of this, we came to a small ravine, almost hidden from sight unless you were right on top of it. The place was strangely beautiful. The trees there were older, taller, and spaced farther apart. The ground was damp but not muddy, covered in patches of moss and wild ferns. It looked untouched, like no one had set foot there in decades. We tied up the horses and unpacked a few things, mainly the small rechargeable radio that doubled as a lantern. It was one of those wind-up models that could work without batteries if you cranked it long enough. That's when we saw it. It was just a thin coil of wire sticking out of the ground near a cluster of rocks. At first I thought it was some old broken piece of fence line or something from a survey crew. But when I got closer, I realized it wasn't barbed wire or fencing at all. It was insulated electrical wire, 10 or 12 gauge, the kind you'd use for a house. It came straight up out of the ground, looped once, and then disappeared off into the trees like a snake. That didn't make sense out there. We were dozens of miles from any power lines or old buildings. There wasn't even an access road anywhere near where we were standing. The forest out there was pure wilderness. No cabins, no ranger stations, nothing. I followed the wire. It felt strange, like tracing something you weren't supposed to find. It wasn't just lying on the ground either. It was strung up in sections, looped around branches, stapled to the side of a tree at one point, then snaking back to the forest floor. Every few yards it would vanish under leaves or dirt, then reappear again, winding its way deeper into the woods. The deeper I went, the quieter everything got. I didn't notice it at first, but after a few minutes even the sound of birds had stopped. The air felt heavier, like the kind of stillness that comes before a storm. I kept walking, curious and confused. The wire led through a small thicket, then around a boulder covered in moss. When I came around the other side, I froze. There was a desk sitting in the middle of a small clearing. It looked like a schoolteacher's desk. Metal frame, a fake wood top that was weathered and faded from sun exposure. It had drawers on one side, all closed, and a simple power outlet mounted on the top right corner, the kind you'd see in an old office building. The wire I'd been following was connected to it, running right into the back. There was no chair. No sign of anyone ever having sat there. Just this desk, slightly tilted where one leg had sunk into the soil, surrounded by trees and ferns, with an outlet humming faintly on the top. I don't know how long I stood there looking at it. The thing that unsettled me the most wasn't the desk itself. It was the fact that it looked clean. The metal wasn't rusted. The surface had wear, but it wasn't decaying or overgrown like it should have been if it had been out there for years. It was just there, like someone had dropped it from the sky. Out of curiosity, I reached out and touched the outlet cover. It wasn't warm, but there was a faint vibration to it, like the hum of electricity running through it. My cousin walked up beside me with the radio and plugged it in. I half expected nothing to happen, but the second the plug connected, the radio's light blinked on and a burst of static filled the air. There was power. We both stared at it, not speaking, just trying to process it. There were no power lines, no poles, no generator, nothing but this thin wire running through the trees and into the ground somewhere behind us. It wasn't even heavy-duty wiring, just household-grade cable, strung together by hand. After a few seconds, the radio sputtered, and then the static faded to silence again. She unplugged it, and we just stood there. It felt wrong, but not in a haunted way. Just wrong in the sense that it didn't make sense at all. Someone had to have wired that. Someone had to have dug the trench, run the line, and somehow powered it. But who would go that far out here to do that? We looked around the clearing for signs of anything else. No tools, no containers, no footprints except our own. The ground around the desk was hard-packed, but not in a way that suggested recent use. It was like it had been there long enough for the forest to forget about it, yet not long enough for nature to reclaim it. The rational part of me tried to explain it. Maybe it was some kind of old research setup from decades ago. Maybe someone had once hauled equipment up here to monitor something and then just left it. But that didn't explain the live current. We stayed longer than we should have. I remember checking the wire again, tracing it back toward where it came from. It ran down the ravine and eventually disappeared into a small patch of brush where the ground dipped again. I followed it another 50 yards before the earth turned soft, and I saw something else. An old wooden post, half buried, with more wire attached. The post looked burned at the top, charred like it had been struck by lightning or overheated. At that point, I felt uneasy. The air had a metallic smell to it, faint but noticeable, like the tang of ozone after a storm. I didn't want to touch the wire again. We decided to head back to the horses and get back on our planned route. But even as we rode out of that ravine, I couldn't shake the image of that desk from my mind. It didn't belong there. That night, we camped near a different stream, several miles from where we'd found the desk. The mood was different. The first night had been peaceful, calm, but this one felt off. The woods were quiet again, not silent but heavy. Every sound carried farther, like the forest was holding its breath. I couldn't stop thinking about where the power came from. The logical part of my brain went through every possibility. Underground cabling for old survey equipment, some experimental site the Forest Service abandoned, a forgotten research station nearby. But even those didn't fit. My cousin's maps were detailed, and there was nothing marked anywhere close to where we had been. Around midnight, I woke up and stepped outside the tent. The temperature had dropped again, and a thin fog was creeping along the ground. The moonlight caught on it, making everything look silver. I walked a short distance to check the horses, and that's when I noticed something strange. One of the animals kept lifting its head, ears pricked, staring in. I remember that night along the Mogollon Rim like it was yesterday. I wasn't a park ranger or anything official, just a regular guy who liked being alone in the woods now and then. I had my old shepherd mix, Ranger, with me. He was getting older but still alert enough to notice things before I did. I'd picked a spot a few miles off the main forest road, just far enough that I couldn't hear the occasional car or ATV that passed through. It was quiet country, tall ponderosa pines, scattered junipers, and a long drop off to the east where the land fell away into nothing but dark ridges and canyons. I'd camped in that area a few times before, always alone, and it had a strange way of feeling both peaceful and heavy at the same time. The silence could sit on you like a weight if you let it. The sun had set behind the trees an hour or so before, leaving only that dim orange glow in the west. I had a small fire going, mostly for company. The air was cool enough that it felt good sitting near the warmth, but it wasn't cold yet. Ranger lay beside me, stretched out with his chin on his paws, eyes half open, looking into the fire. The woods behind us were black now, nothing but the thin line of flickering orange from the flames reflecting off the bark of the trees. The only sound was the crackle of wood and the occasional pop from the fire. I'd eaten earlier, just a can of beans and some jerky, and I was sitting there thinking about turning in soon. The stars were out and so clear they looked close enough to touch. It must have been around 9 when I first heard it, a short, sharp rustle from the brush just behind camp. It wasn't loud, but it was close. Ranger lifted his head right away, ears perked. I expected him to bark, maybe even growl, but instead he let out a low whimper. It was strange because this dog wasn't the type to scare easily. He'd chased off coyotes before. I remember looking at him and then back at the dark edge of the woods, thinking it was probably just a rabbit or something small moving through. I tossed another stick into the fire and tried not to think about it. The night has a way of making every small sound feel important, but usually it's nothing. A few minutes passed and everything went quiet again. The firelight flickered and threw shifting shadows against the tent, against the trees, and across the ground. I poked at the coals a little just to keep it burning steady. The silence pressed in again, that deep kind of quiet you only get far from everything. Then I heard it again, this time from a different spot, a few yards over to the left. It was the sound of movement through dry brush, a kind of deliberate shuffle, like something heavy but cautious. Ranger stood up now. He looked toward the noise, and I could see his hackles standing up in the firelight. Instead of barking, he turned away from the sound and went straight to the tent. He pawed at the door flap and whined softly. That was when the unease really settled in. I stared into the dark, waiting to see movement or the shine of eyes, but there was nothing, just the sound of the breeze pushing through the trees above me. I grabbed a couple of small rocks from the ground and tossed them toward where I thought the noise came from. They hit the dirt with dull thuds. No sound came back. I told myself it was probably just a deer. Still, something about Ranger's reaction made me doubt that. He had been in the woods enough to know what was normal. I felt exposed sitting there by the fire, surrounded by blackness. I could only see a few yards out before the light gave up completely. I threw 2 bigger pieces of wood onto the fire, and the flames jumped up high for a second, sending sparks swirling into the dark. The light spread out farther, and for just a moment, I thought I saw the outline of something low to the ground behind one of the bushes. Just a shape, a hint of movement. But it was gone before I could really tell what it was. That was enough for me. I decided I'd had enough of sitting out there in the open. I climbed into the tent with Ranger. He circled twice and lay down at my feet, still tense. I zipped the flap shut and lay on my sleeping bag, trying to slow my breathing. The light from the fire outside flickered against the tent walls, casting faint shadows that moved like water. I could hear the wind pushing through the tops of the pines and the faint crackling from the fire. Every little sound seemed sharper now. I kept telling myself it was just an animal passing by. A deer, maybe even a raccoon. But deep down, I knew something bigger had been out there. You can feel it when the woods are watching you. Time passed slow. I must have lain there for an hour listening. Every time I started to drift toward sleep, I'd hear a faint crunch of pine needles or the brush of something against the dirt outside. Ranger would lift his head, ears twitching, but he didn't bark. Just a low, worried sound in his throat. It felt like the woods were alive around me, moving just beyond the reach of my eyes. I finally pulled my sleeping bag up around my shoulders and tried to let the sound of the fire lull me to sleep. Eventually, exhaustion won. The last thing I remember before I drifted off was the steady rhythm of Ranger's breathing beside me and the faint crackle of burning wood. When I woke up, it was gray outside, the early light just creeping through the trees. The air was cool and smelled like pine smoke and damp dirt. Ranger was already awake, sitting at the tent flap alert. I unzipped it and stepped outside. The fire had burned down to ash and blackened logs. Everything was quiet again, just the soft sound of wind brushing through the needles. I stretched and looked around, still half asleep. The camp looked exactly how I'd left it. My chair by the fire, the cooler, the pile of wood, nothing seemed disturbed. But when I walked toward the edge of camp, toward the bushes where I'd heard the noises the night before, I noticed something. The dirt there was disturbed, not torn up, but pressed down in a circular way, like something had been pacing. I knelt down to look closer, and that's when I saw the tracks. Clear as day in the soft soil were the prints of a big cat. Rounded pads, no claw marks, wide as the palm of my hand. I followed them a little way, careful not to lose the pattern, and saw that they circled the camp in a slow, deliberate path. Not once, but twice. I traced them farther out and saw where they vanished into the brush. A mountain lion had been watching us that night. It had stayed close enough that Ranger could smell it, close enough to circle the camp more than once. My stomach turned when I realized how close it must have been when I'd tossed those rocks into the dark. I thought about what would have happened if I'd gone to check. In the firelight, my back turned, maybe crouched down in the dark brush with a curious animal watching me. I felt a cold wave of relief just thinking that I hadn't. I packed up camp fast that morning. Every sound in the woods made my skin crawl. The wind, a snapping branch, even a bird taking off from a tree. Ranger stayed close the whole time, never wandering off like he usually did. When I got everything loaded, I looked back once before leaving. The place looked peaceful again, calm, as if nothing had ever happened. But knowing what had walked through it that night made it feel different. The quiet didn't seem friendly anymore. On the drive out, I kept thinking about how close that mountain lion had been. They're silent hunters, and you never hear them until they're right there. I thought about the way Ranger had whined and tried to get inside the tent, and how lucky I'd been to trust his instincts instead of curiosity. I'd spent a lot of nights camping in remote places before that, but something changed after that trip. The woods didn't feel the same anymore. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a deep respect, mixed with the memory of knowing how small I really was out there. That morning, as I reached the main forest road, I stopped once more and looked back at the ridgeline. The sun was coming up over the canyons, washing the trees in gold light. It looked peaceful from a distance, but I knew what was hidden down in those shadows. I thought about that lion moving silently through the brush, watching the firelight flicker against the trees, circling closer, testing the edge of darkness. It had probably been out there long before I showed up and would be out there long after. That night, I'd just stepped into its world for a little while. Since then, every time I camp, especially when the woods get quiet and the fire starts to burn low, I think about that night on the Mogollon Rim, about the sound behind the bushes, the way the air felt heavy, and the sight of those paw prints in the dirt the next morning. The memory doesn't scare me anymore, but it reminds me that when you're out there, far from everything, you're never really alone. Something is always watching, even if you can't see it. I had been working in Death Valley National Park for a few years when that summer rolled around, and even by Death Valley standards, it was brutal. Temperatures in the middle of the day hit 120 easily. The air shimmered, and the ground itself seemed to breathe heat back up into your face. Everything you touched burned. Even in the early mornings before the sun came fully over the hills, the air felt heavy and dry, like standing next to an open oven. That's the kind of heat that doesn't just make you sweat. It makes you dizzy, slow, and forgetful. It's the kind of heat that kills people who don't respect it. I wasn't there when it happened, but I knew the man who was. His name was Art, one of the park archaeologists who worked with us during construction projects. He was a quiet guy, methodical, and he'd been around the desert long enough to know that people can die just a few hundred yards from safety if they underestimate the land. He'd spent all night working with a small crew pouring concrete along one of the back roads that had washed out in a flash flood months before. The job was supposed to finish by sunrise, but things ran long. They didn't get done until sometime after noon, when the sun was directly overhead and every tool, truck, and scrap of metal was so hot it could leave blisters. Everyone was tired. The crew packed up to leave, heading out in two directions. The main group back toward the staging area, and Art in the opposite direction toward the maintenance lot. The plan was simple. Check the site one more time for equipment, make sure nothing got left behind, and then get back to town for a cold drink and some sleep. He told me later how quiet it was. No wind, no insects, just the constant hum of heat pressing down on everything. When it gets like that, even the smallest sounds carry, but there wasn't much to hear. Just the occasional pop of metal expanding, the crunch of gravel under boots, and his own breathing. He was just about to climb into his truck when he saw it. A faint flash of silver in the scrub a little ways off the road. It caught the light for half a second and disappeared. At first he thought it was a mylar balloon. We find those all the time, sometimes tangled in creosote bushes or half buried in the sand. People release them hundreds of miles away and they drift until they end up here, turning into shiny litter that kills wildlife if they eat it. He sighed and decided to pick it up before heading out. It was one of those small automatic decisions you make after years of habit. He stepped off the road and started toward it, boots crunching over hardpan and gravel. As he got closer, the silver didn't look like a balloon anymore. It was flatter, wider. When he reached the bush, he realized what it was. A reflective car windshield sunshade, propped up awkwardly against a rock to cast a small patch of shade. Beneath it, sitting cross-legged on the ground, was a man. He wasn't moving much. His skin was bright red across his cheeks and nose, the rest of him pale like he'd drained himself dry. He had a rolling suitcase next to him and a small backpack. For a few seconds, Art thought he might already be dead, but then he saw the man's chest rise and fall. The guy looked up at him, dazed, blinking slowly like it took effort just to move his eyes. He wasn't wearing a hat, and his hair was stuck to his forehead in sweaty clumps. His clothes were clean but dusty, the kind of dust that sticks when you've been walking for miles. It didn't make any sense. That part of the park was closed off for construction, miles from anywhere open to the public. Nobody was supposed to be out there. The man mumbled something too quiet to understand, then reached for one of 3 half-liter plastic bottles beside him. The bottles were barely touched. Art looked at the water, then at the man again, and something clicked in his head. This guy was in real trouble. He tried to get the man up, but the guy waved him off weakly. His hands were trembling, eyes half-glazed. The suitcase was sitting upright next to him, covered in a layer of dust. When Art touched it, it was hot, too hot to hold for long. He told me later that the plastic handle had actually warped slightly from the heat. The man's name was Klaus. He was German, and he'd come to Death Valley with his wife and mother-in-law. Apparently, they had dropped him off the day before for a long-distance desert hike, some kind of challenge he had planned for months. He wanted to hike 20 or 30 miles through the park while his family went to Las Vegas for the casinos. They were supposed to meet again in a couple of days at a designated point on the far side. But this was not the kind of terrain you just walk through for fun. Not when it's midsummer and you have barely a liter of water. Art pieced all this together later, when he thought back on what the man had tried to explain. At that moment, though, it was obvious Klaus was dangerously dehydrated and confused. The way he sat there, refusing water, staring off toward the horizon like he was still trying to convince himself he could keep going, it was a textbook sign of heat delirium. The body starts cooking from the inside out. People stop thinking straight, make bad decisions, sometimes even strip off their clothes because their brains can't tell what's happening. Art knew that if he left him there, the man wouldn't survive the afternoon. He hauled him up and got him into the passenger seat of the truck. The air conditioner was blasting, but it took a long time for the inside to cool down. Art gave him small sips of water at first, trying to keep him from drinking too fast. Once the air inside dropped to a bearable temperature, he said Klaus's body reacted all at once, his hands shaking, breathing fast. Like the shock of realizing just how hot he'd really been hit him all at once. That's common in heat stroke victims. The moment they reach cool air, their body panics. They drove the 20 or so miles back toward the nearest gas station. Just a single store with fuel pumps, ice, and a couple of dusty shade awnings. Along the way, Klaus seemed to drift in and out, eyes rolling open and closed, lips cracked. His skin was covered in a thin layer of salt from dried sweat. Art said it was eerie how quiet he was. The only sounds the hum of the truck engine and the rattle of tools in the back. Out there, the desert stretches for miles with nothing but salt flats, rock, and distant mountains. The sunlight reflects off everything, turning the world into a white glare. Even through the windshield, it burns your eyes. When they finally rolled into the gas station lot, Art noticed 2 women standing beside a small rental car with the hood up. They looked exhausted and panicked. It was Klaus's wife and mother-in-law. They had broken down not long after leaving the park and never made it to Vegas. They'd been waiting for hours, trying to get help, but there was no cell service and nobody had come by. They couldn't have gone back into the park without risking their own lives in the heat. Art didn't stick around long after that. He was beyond tired from working all night and just wanted to sleep. He helped Klaus out of the truck, told him to take care of himself, and reminded him to grab his suitcase from the back before he left. Klaus nodded weakly and went around to get it. Out of curiosity, Art asked him what was in it. It had looked heavy, too heavy for luggage meant for a hike in the desert. Klaus set it down and unzipped it. Inside were dozens of sealed water bottles. Full ones, all neatly packed, label after label glinting in the sun. The bag was literally filled with the one thing that could have saved him. But he had been walking across Death Valley rationing half a liter of water because his brain told him he needed to save it. Heat can do that to you. It scrambles your logic, makes you cling to useless plans while your body shuts down. Klaus had been dragging 20 or 30 pounds of water behind him, too delirious to remember it was there. Art said that moment stuck with him for months afterward. The image of that suitcase, full of the one thing the man had nearly died from lacking, haunted him. He thought about how easily it could have ended differently. If Art hadn't noticed that flash of silver in the bush, Klaus would have been another statistic, a body found sitting peacefully under a sunshade, empty water bottles nearby, the suitcase untouched. When you work in Death Valley long enough, you start to understand that the desert doesn't need to be violent to kill you. It doesn't need cliffs or animals or storms. It just waits. The heat, the silence, and the endless distance wear down your sense of reality. People start thinking they can push a little farther, that they'll rest at the next ridge or the next shadow. They ignore the signs until it's too late. By the time they realize what's happening, their minds are already half gone. Klaus wasn't stupid, he was just human. He thought he could prepare for the desert the way you prepare for a sauna or a long run. But this place doesn't forgive mistakes. Later, after I heard the story, I drove that same stretch of road. It's nothing but rock and sun, the ground covered in dust fine as powder. You can see for miles, but there's nowhere to hide from the light. The spot where Art found him isn't marked, but I knew it when I passed it. There's something about it. A patch of shade under a low bush and a flat rock that looks like it could have held that silver sunshade. I stopped the truck and stood there for a while, listening. The wind moved a little, carrying a faint hiss of sand against metal, but otherwise there was nothing. Just heat, endless and dry, pressing down. I remember thinking about how easy it is to vanish out there. You could walk 20 yards from the road and disappear behind a ridge. Nobody would hear you. Nobody would find you until someone stumbled. Back in 2010, I had just finished a wilderness leadership course, one of those programs where you spend weeks learning how to survive in the backcountry, navigate without a compass, read terrain, and live off what you have. When I completed it, I didn't want to go straight back to normal life. I wanted to be alone for a while, really test myself. So I packed up my gear, filled my old green pack with enough food for a few weeks, and drove out to Colorado. I'd heard about some hot springs that were hidden out near the Colorado River, only accessible in winter when the snowmelt was low and the river levels dropped. During summer, the hot springs went completely underwater. The idea of soaking in a natural spring with snow all around, no one for miles, sounded perfect. I found out it was on BLM land, which meant I could camp there as long as I respected the area. When I arrived, there was a small BLM station near the dirt access road, just a simple trailer with an old flag whipping in the wind. A woman there saw me parking and came out. She asked what I was doing, and after I explained my plan to hike in and stay for a couple of weeks, she said something that stuck with me. She told me to write the date on my windshield once a week whenever I came out to resupply. That way she'd know I was still alive out there. I laughed it off at the time, but later I realized she wasn't really joking. That area could eat people alive if they got careless. From where I parked, it was a 4-mile hike down into a narrow valley that ran along the river. The terrain was rocky and open, mostly sagebrush and dry scrub. In winter, the air felt sharp and clean, but it was silent in that heavy kind of way where every step you take feels like it's echoing off the cliffs. It wasn't wilderness in the green forested sense. It was dry, harsh, and cold. I loved it. When I reached the place where I wanted to camp, I found a small flat section tucked near the edge of a 40-foot cliff overlooking the Colorado River. Below that drop, the river moved slow and dark, its surface shifting with the reflection of pale gray clouds. A thin trail led down from where I was to the hot springs, just a few shallow pools that steamed in the cold air. I could hear the soft hiss of the water when the wind died down. It felt like I'd stumbled into another world. The first few days were perfect. I built a small fire ring out of rocks, set up my tent where I could see both the river and the cliff line behind me, and spent the days hiking the ridges and sitting in the springs. It was silent out there except for the wind and the occasional caw of a raven. At night, the stars were so clear it felt like I could reach up and touch them. But once the sun went down each night, that silence changed. It turned heavy, like something was pressing against the edges of the camp. When you're alone in a place like that, your brain starts to notice everything. Small noises, distant cracks, the wind shifting directions. Every sound felt like something moving toward me. I told myself it was nothing, probably just ice breaking or loose rock tumbling from the cliffs. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The bears were the real fear. They should have been hibernating, but winter in that part of Colorado had been warm, and if any were awake, it meant they were hungry. I kept all my food double-bagged and hung it from a makeshift line off the edge of a boulder. I even stopped cooking near camp because I didn't want any smell sticking to my tent. I ate cold food most nights and tried to convince myself that the quiet meant safety. But the thought that a bear could be wandering that empty land, following the smell of a human, stayed in the back of my mind every night. The tent walls felt like paper. I knew if something wanted in, I couldn't stop it. I even had a plan, crazy as it sounds. My tent was close enough to the cliff that if something charged into camp, I'd just jump 40 feet down into freezing water. Maybe I'd break something, but maybe not. From there, I could drag myself into the hot springs to keep from freezing to death. That was my emergency escape. One night, after about a week out there, I woke up sometime before dawn. The air inside the tent felt cold and wet, and I could hear the wind scraping over the valley. Then I noticed it, a noise outside. Not the wind, not water. It was deep, heavy breathing, slow and rough, the kind of breathing that's wet at the edges. At first, I thought it might be wind coming through cracks in the rocks, but then I heard the sound of something moving, soft, deliberate steps crunching through the thin crust of snow. The breathing got louder. I lay completely still. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel it shaking the sleeping bag against my chest. I had bear spray next to me, but I didn't even dare to move my hand. The noise got closer. I could hear it sniffing now, a heavy snort of air against the nylon of the tent wall. I froze. Every instinct I had told me not to move, not to breathe. I stared at the roof of the tent, watching the faint shadows shift as something large passed by the outside. The air smelled like wet dirt and animal fur. I could hear the snow crunching again, slower this time, moving away than stopping. Another sound joined it. Lighter footsteps, quicker. My skin went cold. There was more than one. I stayed like that for what felt like hours. I tried to listen, to count how many feet I could hear, how far they were, but it all blurred together. The wind, the breathing, the faint sound of hooves or paws against the frozen ground. I didn't even blink. I just lay there waiting for whatever it was to leave or to attack. After a long stretch of silence, I decided to risk it. I slowly reached for the zipper and inched it open, just enough to peek outside. The sky was dim, the first light of morning just beginning to color the horizon. And there they were, shapes moving slowly between the rocks and brush. Not bears. Elk, a whole herd of them, maybe 15 or 20 standing among the sagebrush. Their bodies were massive, their breath steaming in the cold. The bull stood taller than any animal I'd seen up close. They made this strange, deep grunting sound as they moved, heavy and rhythmic. I realized that the sound of sniffing had probably been one of them checking out my tent. I felt relief, but it didn't come easy. My body was still frozen with fear, even though they weren't predators. The sheer size of them, the noise they made, and how close they'd been. It made me realize how small I really was out there. After they moved on, I climbed out of the tent. The air hit my face like ice and everything was still again. I could see their tracks all around my campsite, some just a few inches from the tent. My fire pit had been kicked apart and one of my bags had been nudged across the snow. It was strange. Even though nothing had really happened, I felt like I'd survived something. For the next few days, I couldn't sleep right. Every noise woke me up. I kept thinking about that herd, about how easily I could have mistaken them for something worse. The wilderness has a way of magnifying everything. Sounds, smells, thoughts. When you're truly alone, your brain fills the silence with danger. By the end of the second week, I hiked back out to the dirt road. The BLM lady's trailer was still there. I wrote the date on my windshield, just like she said, and for a moment I stood there staring at my reflection in the glass. My face looked thinner, paler, eyes sunken from not sleeping. I hadn't seen another human being in weeks. When I drove away, the land stretched out behind me like an ocean of rock and empty sky. I thought about how scared I'd been that night, how that fear had felt so real, like something was inches away from ending me. And yet it was just elk, but that's the strange thing about being alone out there. The mind doesn't always need a real threat to convince itself you're in danger. Sometimes it's enough just to hear breathing in the dark, not knowing what it is. Even now, I can still remember that sound, that deep, wet breath pressed up against the thin fabric of my tent, the smell of cold air and animal fur. I've been camping plenty of times since, but I've never gone completely alone again. Because the truth is, that night taught me something that's hard to explain. The wild doesn't care if it's a bear, an elk, or just the wind. It's the silence that gets to you. The silence that fills every space, waiting for your mind to make something out of it. And once it does, once you start believing there's something out there moving just beyond the dark, it's almost like it's really there. You can feel it breathing with you. That night I was sure I was going to die. Not because anything attacked me, but because I realized, for the first time in my life, that I was completely alone, really alone, and that the land didn't even know I existed. That's the part that sticks with me most. The fear didn't end when the elk left. It settled somewhere deeper, and when I think back to those nights on the cliff above the river, I can still hear it, the quiet, the breathing, and the space between them where your mind fills in the rest. I used to be part of a group that was similar to the Scouts. We spent a lot of time in the woods, sometimes for a weekend, sometimes for a week or more, learning survival skills, map reading, and camping. Weird things happened often out there. Strange noises, tracks we couldn't explain, distant flashes of light that disappeared before we could figure out what caused them. But there was always a reasonable explanation. Animals, other campers, or just our tired minds playing tricks on us. Only once did something happen that I still can't explain. Something that even now, more than 10 years later, makes my stomach twist every time I think about it. I was one of the leaders for the group of 8 10-year-olds. That meant I wasn't a kid anymore, but not quite one of the senior adults either. I was somewhere in between, responsible enough to be trusted, young enough to still want to have fun. That particular year, our group was camping in a new area. A massive stretch of forest terrain that none of us had fully explored before. Normally, before the kids arrived, we would go through the whole area, mark off dangerous spots, like cliffs, deep creeks, or boggy ground, and plan the routes for the games we'd play. But this time, the terrain was too big. Even after 2 days of scouting, we had barely covered a fraction of it. There were miles of trees, rolling hills, rocky outcroppings, and low, open stretches where the moonlight cut through the canopy in silvery streaks. It felt different there, the kind of place where the woods felt alive, where silence never really meant silence. The first few days went normally. The kids set up tents, cooked, learned to tie knots, and spent their days running around collecting pine cones and building shelters. Every night, after dinner, we'd have a night game. It was tradition. We called it that because it always took place after dark, and it always involved scaring the kids a little. They'd have to go through a path or complete tasks in the woods while we leaders hid behind trees, dressed as monsters, and tried to make them scream. It was harmless fun, just a way to build courage. That night was no different. We had masks, cheap rubber ones that glowed faintly under the moonlight. I had an old camouflage jacket, and I painted dark streaks under my eyes. Once the kids were ready to start, we split up into our hiding spots. The woods felt colder than usual. The night air had that wet, heavy smell of damp soil and leaves. The moon was bright, but the trees were so thick that it barely helped. My flashlight beam barely reached 5 meters ahead of me before vanishing into the dark. I turned it off once I reached my position. If the kids saw my light, they'd know where I was hiding. I found a stretch of forest that was more open than most. The ground was flat and covered with a thin layer of fallen needles, and there was hardly any underbrush. It was perfect for running, perfect for chasing the kids when they passed by. The only downside was that there weren't many places to hide. The trees were spaced far apart, so I had to rely on darkness alone to stay unseen. I crouched behind one of the thicker trunks, breathing quietly, listening for footsteps or laughter. But all I heard was the forest. The faint hiss of wind through branches, the distant croak of frogs from somewhere near the creek. At first I thought I was alone out there. Then, while peering into the dark, I caught a glimpse of movement to my right, a shadow slipping between trees. It was fast, human-shaped, about my size. I turned my head, squinting, but the darkness swallowed it up. I thought it was one of the other leaders, maybe trying to get into position. I almost called out to them, but stopped myself. The kids were still nearby, and I didn't want to ruin the game. I waited. A few minutes passed. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it again, this time darting from one tree to another, maybe 20 meters away. My pulse quickened a little, but I told myself it was just my imagination. The woods at night can make your eyes play tricks on you. You see shapes where there are none. You convince yourself something's there because you expect it to be. I brushed it off and focused back on the path where the kids would come through. The game went on for about an hour. I heard the kids laughing and screaming in the distance, running between checkpoints. Eventually the noise died down as the game neared its end. I stood up, stretching my legs, ready to head back to camp. That's when I saw the shadow again. It wasn't moving this time. It stood near a tree about 30 meters away, half hidden in the dark. The shape looked human, broad shoulders, still and upright. I assumed it was another leader waiting for the last group of kids. I took a step toward it, cupping my hands around my flashlight but not turning it on yet. The closer I got, the stronger that weird, uneasy feeling grew in my chest. Something about the shape felt wrong. It didn't move, didn't shift its weight, didn't even flinch when I stepped on a branch that snapped loudly under my boot. Finally, I switched my flashlight on. The beam hit the figure and my stomach dropped. It wasn't one of our leaders. It wasn't anyone I recognized. It was a man, or what looked like one, wearing something like a torn burlap sack over his body. His head was covered completely by what looked like several white plastic bags tied together at the neck, like a makeshift hood. The bags moved slightly with each breath, and I could hear the faint sound of air rushing in and out. His arms and legs were bare, covered in dried mud that looked cracked and crusted. His fingers were bent in a strange, cramped position, like he'd been gripping something for too long. For a second, I froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. My first thought was that it had to be one of our own pulling a prank, but the longer I looked, the less it made sense. The man wasn't moving except for this strange rhythmic motion. His head was tapping against the tree trunk in front of him. Tap. Pause. Tap. A soft, dull thud that made my skin crawl. I realized the sound I'd been hearing earlier, the faint knocking through the woods, had been this. He was hitting his own head against the tree, over and over. I wanted to say something, but my throat was tight. The air felt heavy and cold. After a few seconds, I managed to whisper something, but he didn't react. He just kept hitting his head, slow and steady. I stepped closer, maybe 10 meters away now. My light shook in my hand. That's when he stopped. His body went still. He turned his head slightly, slow, deliberate, until he was facing me. The plastic bags rustled as they moved, and I could see faint outlines of his face beneath the layers, like the shadow of a skull pressing against thin plastic. He started walking toward me. I didn't think. I didn't wait. Something primal kicked in. Panic, fear, instinct, whatever it was, and I turned and ran. I didn't care if it was a prank. Every part of me screamed that I needed to get away. The forest blurred as I sprinted through it, ducking under branches, tripping on roots. I could hear footsteps behind me, fast, uneven, but I didn't dare look back. My chest burned, my lungs felt like fire, but I didn't stop until I saw the faint orange glow of our campfire through the trees. When I stumbled into camp, gasping, all the other leaders were already there. Every single one of them. I scanned their faces, waiting for someone to start laughing, to admit it was a joke, but no one did. They were all confused, asking where I'd been. I looked around at their clothes, their masks, their boots. None of them were barefoot, none covered in mud, none wearing burlap or plastic. I tried to laugh it off, told them they got me good, but the look they gave me said they had no idea what I was talking about. I dropped it. I didn't want to sound insane in front of everyone. I barely slept that night. Every crack of a branch outside the tent made my stomach twist. I kept seeing that figure, the way he stood there, the way he moved toward me without hesitation. At sunrise, I decided I had to go back and check. Maybe it was some lost person, maybe a local playing a trick, maybe someone who needed help. I couldn't stop thinking about it. So after breakfast, I asked one of the older leaders to come with me. We retraced my steps as best we could. It was harder in daylight. Everything looked different. We wandered for almost an hour before I recognized the open stretch of woods where I'd been hiding. The ground was covered in footprints, ours, the kids, but also others that didn't look familiar. Barefoot tracks, deep, uneven, leading right up to one of the trees. That was the same tree he'd been hitting his head against. Only now, in daylight, I could see something dark on the bark. At first I thought it was moss or dirt. Then I saw it clearly. A dead rabbit, skinned and nailed to the trunk. Its body was already starting to rot, flies buzzing around it. The smell hit me like a punch. It looked like it had been there for at least a day or two. My stomach turned. We called the local police. They came out within the hour. 2 officers, both looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. They looked around, asked a few questions, and then shrugged it off. One of them even smiled like it was some harmless prank. They said it was probably local kids or maybe another group messing around. They didn't take notes, didn't mark the area, didn't even remove the animal. They just left it there, told us not to worry about it. The look on their faces said this wasn't the first time they'd seen something like that. We packed up camp the next morning. None of us said anything about what happened. The kids had no idea, and we wanted to keep it that way. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us out there the whole time. Every time I walked through the trees, I'd glance over my shoulder. It was in the early 1990s, one of those cold October mornings when the woods in northern Michigan felt endless and half dead. The trees were mostly bare by then, their branches gray and thin against a washed-out sky, and the forest floor was littered with wet leaves that made a soft crunch with every step. My brothers and I were staying with my cousin and her husband Scott for deer bow season. Scott worked as a DNR officer, so being out there felt like something special, like we were getting the real rugged version of the outdoors, far away from any road or house or noise from town. I was maybe 16 or 17 back then, young enough to be fearless but old enough to think I knew what I was doing. That morning, the air had a bite to it. The frost still clung to the grass around the cabin when I started out. I had a small day pack, my bow, a knife, and not much else. The plan was to work my way deep into the woods, find a good spot to watch for deer, and maybe stay there until sunset. Scott had told us how easy it was to get lost if you wandered too far, but I liked being alone out there. The forest felt quiet in a way that made you listen harder. No cars, no people, just the wind running through dead leaves and the occasional crack of a branch somewhere you couldn't see. I must have been hiking for an hour when the land started to dip a little. It was that kind of area where the trees thinned out and the ground got soft, with moss patches and old stumps covered in fungus. I remember stepping over a fallen birch and noticing something that didn't belong, an old tarp corner sticking out from under the leaves. I stopped, brushed some of the debris away, and realized it was part of a larger setup. A few steps farther and I saw the rest of it, an area that looked like people had been camping there not too long ago. At first glance, it looked like a regular backwoods campsite, some logs around a fire pit, a couple of rusted pans, a half-burned pile of trash, but there was something off about it. Everything seemed too deliberate. The fire ring was surrounded by bricks and not the kind you find lying around in the woods. They'd been carried there. There was also a wooden frame, like a makeshift table, and above it hung a sheet of metal that formed a kind of canopy. It reminded me of an outdoor kitchen, except it was built from random scrap and wire. The smell was faint but strange, like chemicals, sharp and sour, cutting through the usual pine and earth. I figured maybe someone had been cleaning game there or maybe burning trash. I stood there for a while, taking it all in. The setup seemed old enough that whoever had been there was gone, but the ashes in the pit still looked gray and clumped, not washed out by rain yet. That meant it had been used recently. I found a few glass jars half buried near a tree, cloudy and sticky inside, and a couple of melted plastic bottles. I didn't think much of it at the time. Being a dumb teenager, I figured some hunters or campers had been using it before the season started and then moved on. I remember feeling a strange unease, though. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like the feeling you get when you realize you've stepped somewhere you're not supposed to be. The forest was dead quiet, not even the usual bird sounds. I kept looking over my shoulder like someone might step out from behind a tree. After a few minutes, I told myself I was overthinking it and kept going. The ground rose again on the other side of that clearing, and soon the strange smell was gone. By evening, when I got back to the cabin, my boots were soaked and the air had gone colder. The fire in the stove made the place smell like pine smoke and wet wool. I remember the small things from that night clearly, the way the frost on the window caught the lamplight, the faint hum of a propane lantern. I told everyone about what I'd found out there, describing the weird little camp and the metal canopy. I thought it was just an odd thing, something worth mentioning before bed. I remember the room going quiet for a moment afterward, the sound of someone setting their cup down on the table, and Scott just looking at me for a while. He didn't say much then, but I could tell it unsettled him. Later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, I could hear Scott moving around, packing his gear, his boots thudding softly against the wooden floor. I didn't think much of it. I figured maybe he was checking on something. The next morning, he was gone before sunrise. I went back out hunting again that day, but stayed in the opposite direction from where I'd found that camp. The whole day passed without seeing a single deer. The woods felt different now. Every snap twig seemed louder. Every rustle in the brush made me look up faster. When I got back again that evening, Scott was back at the cabin. He looked tired, his uniform still dusty. He told us later that he'd gone to check out that spot I'd found. That was all he said about it that night, nothing more. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized how close I'd been to real danger. We were all sitting outside after dinner when Scott finally told us what he'd found. He said the place I stumbled on wasn't just a random campsite. It was one of several hidden spots used by local meth cooks. They would build those outdoor kitchens deep in the woods to make their product away from their homes, so they wouldn't blow themselves up or get caught by the authorities. The setup I saw was part of that operation. The strange smell I noticed wasn't cleaning chemicals or game. It was from the cooking process itself. He said the cops had gone out there a couple of days after I told him about it, and they found all kinds of things. There were jugs of chemicals buried under leaves, tools, propane tanks, and even a few trail cameras set up around the perimeter of the site. Back then, trail cameras weren't something you saw often, especially not in multiple locations. These guys had money and knew what they were doing. The part that really stuck with me was when he said the cameras had captured photos from that same morning I was there. The timestamps showed that the people running the place had been there only a few hours before I stumbled into it. They must have left just before I arrived. The thought of it made my stomach twist. They were armed, he said. Not just hunting rifles, illegal guns. Shotguns, handguns, probably even more. Scott told me I was lucky. He didn't say it in a dramatic way, just matter of fact. If I'd shown up earlier or made more noise, there's no telling how they would have reacted to some teenager wandering into their setup with a bow and a knife. Those types of people didn't take chances with strangers. They would have seen me as a threat, someone who could expose them. I could have disappeared in those woods and nobody would have found me for days, maybe never. A few days after that, the cops raided another camp a few miles away. It was part of the same operation. They found more of the same stuff. Makeshift stoves, chemical drums, propane tanks, jugs of liquid, and trail cameras hidden high up in the trees. The men running it weren't there when they arrived, but they had left enough evidence behind to identify them. Apparently, they hadn't even bothered to wipe the memory cards in the cameras. The photos showed them clearly, cooking and packaging the stuff, posing with their four-wheelers. You could even see the guns strapped to their backs. The image quality wasn't good enough to make out their faces perfectly, but it didn't matter. The four-wheelers were custom, known to everyone in the area. It wasn't long before they were picked up and charged. They all got around 20 years in prison. I remember thinking about those trail cameras after that, about the possibility that one of them might have captured me. Two, just walking around their camp completely clueless. I didn't ask to see the photos, but I sometimes wondered what I looked like in those moments. Some kid in the woods, standing where he shouldn't be, surrounded by danger he couldn't see. For a while, after it all came out, I stopped going out alone in the woods. Even though I'd grown up around hunters and outdoorsmen, something about that experience stayed with me. It changed the way I looked at the forest. Before, it had always felt like a place where I was free, where the world opened up and made sense. Afterward, it felt different. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore, it was hiding something. I started noticing things I'd never paid attention to before. Cigarette butts in places too far from roads, tire tracks that appeared and disappeared between the trees, broken branches that didn't look natural. I realized the woods weren't just filled with deer and squirrels and birds. They were also filled with people doing things you were never supposed to see. Years later, when I was older, I ran into Scott again. He'd moved on from fieldwork by then, working more in the office. But I could tell the job had worn on him. We ended up talking about that season, and he told me something that chilled me even more. When they'd collected those cameras from the camp, a few of the last pictures taken before the cops arrived showed someone moving in the trees. Not one of the cooks, not one of the officers. The timestamps matched the same morning I had been there. Scott believed it was me passing through. He said he could tell by the bow and the camo jacket. He didn't tell me then because he didn't want to scare me more than I already was. But he kept those images as part of the case file. Sometimes I think about that day, about how quiet it was, how normal it all seemed at first. I walked into a place where men with guns and meth labs had stood just hours earlier, and I never even knew. The forest didn't warn me. It just swallowed the whole thing up again once they were gone, leaving only the faint chemical smell and a few footprints in the deer. I started working as a seasonal park ranger in northern Minnesota back in the late 1990s. It wasn't anything glamorous. I mostly handled trail maintenance, patrolled campgrounds, and made sure hunters and anglers were following the rules. The job attracted a certain type of person: quiet, steady, okay with being alone. I fit right in. I liked the long drives between posts, the stillness of the pine forests, and the cold air that rolled down from Canada at night. But there was one assignment that stuck with me, one that made me question whether solitude could ever be mistaken for safety. It started in early October, right before the firearm deer season. The park was almost empty. The families and tourists were long gone, and the only people we saw were hunters scoping out areas or fishermen packing up for the winter. The DNR office was small, 3 of us working that week, and my supervisor asked me to do a solo patrol through a section of forest that had been seeing illegal camping. People sometimes tried to live out there, off-grid types or squatters who didn't want to be found. We usually found trash pits, half-collapsed tents, and occasionally the smell of something dead. It was never good news. The area was called Section 34, about 12 square miles of dense woods, low marshes, and old logging roads. Hardly anyone hiked there because the trails were rough and unmarked. It was also the farthest part of the district, about an hour by truck from the ranger station. I loaded up my pack with a map, GPS, some marking tape, a thermos of coffee, and my sidearm. The morning was gray and cold, the kind where you can see your breath hanging for a second before it fades. The dirt road leading in was barely a road anymore. Fallen branches and erosion had carved deep ruts into it, and I had to creep along in 4-wheel drive. By the time I parked near a small clearing, the sun was high but weak through the thick canopy. I left a note on the dash with my route and expected return time, standard procedure in case I didn't come back. Then I locked the truck and headed into the trees. The forest in that area was mostly old spruce and fir, thick enough that it swallowed sound. The ground was soft and uneven, littered with dead needles and broken branches. I followed a faint animal path north, cutting between low ridges and small pockets of swamp. Every so often, I'd see an old fire ring or the remains of a hunting blind. Nothing unusual. I stopped often to listen. You learn to do that after a while, to notice when the forest goes quiet or when something feels off. But that morning, everything felt normal. Just the distant tapping of a woodpecker and the occasional rustle of wind. After about an hour, I found signs of a campsite. Flattened grass, blackened stones from a fire, and a tarp tangled in the branches nearby. It didn't look old. The ashes were still gray instead of white, and a few empty food cans were scattered around. Someone had been there recently, maybe within a day or two. I took some photos, marked the spot on my GPS, and followed what looked like a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. The prints in the dirt were fresh enough to tell they weren't washed away by rain yet. A few boot prints, not hiking boots. Work boots, heavy tread, probably a man's size. I decided to follow them for a bit. The path wound through the trees and crossed a shallow creek where I had to step on slippery rocks to stay dry. I remember noticing how clear the water was, cold enough to sting my fingers when I dipped them in. On the other side, I saw more signs of human activity. A small pile of freshly cut branches and a makeshift drying line strung between two trees. Whoever was here wasn't just camping for fun. They were staying for a while. As I moved forward, the air started to smell faintly like smoke again, the kind that comes from damp wood burning slowly. I turned off my radio so it wouldn't crackle and gave myself a few minutes to just listen. Somewhere ahead I heard a metallic sound, maybe a pot or can hitting something. Then silence, that uneasy kind that sits in your chest. I moved quietly, keeping my steps soft. I came around a small ridge, and that's when I saw it. A structure, not a tent, but something built out of logs and a tarp roof. Someone had constructed a small, hidden cabin out here. It looked solid, maybe 6 by 8 feet, built low to the ground. A small trail of smoke drifted from a metal pipe sticking out of the roof. I crouched down behind a fallen tree and watched for a few minutes. Nothing moved outside. No voices, no footsteps. Just the faint crackle of fire from inside. Normally, I would have called it in and waited for backup, but my radio barely got reception out here, and I figured it was safer to approach and check for permits. I took a slow breath and stepped out into the open, walking toward the cabin from an angle where I could see the door clearly. It was made from plywood with an old latch holding it shut. I knocked once with the side of my boot, then pushed the door gently. It creaked open an inch. No sound from inside. I stepped in. The air inside was thick and warm from a small stove in the corner. A bedroll was laid out, a few cooking supplies on a crate, and clothes hanging from nails on the wall. There were jars of food, tools, a lantern, and an old backpack. Everything was organized, almost neat. Whoever lived here had been doing it for a while. I called out a quick identification just in case someone was inside and hiding, then took a slow walk around. There was a journal on the crate, lined paper with small handwriting. I didn't touch it, just noted it. Then I saw something that made my stomach tighten. In the back corner, under a piece of tarp, were several large plastic containers. The kind you'd use for storing water or fuel. One was open, half full of what looked like cloudy water, but the smell coming from it wasn't right. It was sweet and chemical. Next to them was a small stack of batteries and wires. I didn't understand what it was for, but it looked like someone was building or mixing something dangerous. It didn't look like drugs exactly, but it definitely wasn't innocent. I backed out of the cabin and marked the location on my GPS. My plan was to hike back to the truck, drive out until I got a signal and call it in. I'd done my job, but as soon as I started heading back, I felt it. That prickling sensation you get when you're being watched. I turned around and scanned the trees. Nothing, just the same still forest. I walked faster, but that feeling stayed with me. Every step felt louder than it should have. By the time I reached the creek again, I noticed fresh boot prints next to mine. Newer ones. They were pointed in the same direction I was going, but they hadn't been there earlier. I stopped moving, crouched, and looked around. The woods were silent. My chest felt tight. Whoever had been living there was back and following me. I started walking again, slow but steady, trying not to make it obvious I knew. Every few yards I glanced behind me, catching glimpses of movement. Once I thought I saw the faint outline of a figure between the trees, standing still. I didn't stare long enough to confirm. My goal was to make it back to the truck without turning this into a chase. The forest was thick enough that I could lose someone easily if I needed to, but it also meant they could close the distance without me hearing much. When I finally reached the clearing where I'd parked, my heart sank. My truck door was open, the driver's side. I knew I'd locked it. My first thought was that maybe I hadn't closed it properly, but when I got closer, I saw that my gear bag was gone. The note I'd left on the dashboard was missing too. Someone had been there and they'd read where I planned to go. They knew my route. I got in fast, started the engine, and began driving out. But after about a mile, the road split. One fork led back toward the main trail. The other curved deeper into Section 34, used mostly for logging access. Sitting in the dirt near the junction was my missing gear bag, propped up neatly against a stump. The flap was open. Inside, everything was still there. GPS, thermos, map, except my spare radio battery and the notepad I used for reports. They hadn't taken anything valuable, just the things that connected to my patrol. I didn't stop. I drove straight out, bouncing over the ruts until I finally got a signal on my radio. I called in what I'd found and gave them the coordinates. Backup would take at least an hour to reach that area, so I waited near the entrance gate where the forest opened up into a gravel road. When the others arrived, we went back in a convoy. The cabin was still there, but everything inside was gone. No backpack, no tarp, no food, nothing. Even the stove had been dismantled. The containers and wiring were gone too. The place looked swept clean, like someone had moved out fast but methodically. The only thing left was a small pile of ashes in the fire pit outside, still warm. They'd been there after I left. We searched the surrounding area for hours, but there were no fresh tracks, no tools, no vehicle trails. It was like the person had vanished. The higher-ups wrote it up as an illegal encampment, possibly connected to chemical storage or homemade explosives. The state police took over after that, but nothing ever came of it. The coordinates went into the report, and I was told to stay out of that section for a while. A week later, I was back doing regular patrols when I found a small piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper at the ranger station. It was torn from my notepad, my own handwriting from the day of the patrol. It had my route written on it and the words, "You shouldn't have gone in," scrawled underneath in someone else's handwriting. No name, no signature. They had followed me all the way back to the station. After that, I stopped. I started working as a seasonal park ranger in northern Montana in the summer of 2011. It wasn't my first job in the field, but it was my first assignment in a place that felt truly wild. The park was enormous. Hundreds of square miles of rugged forest, glacial valleys, and remote lakes that could take a full day's hike to reach. It wasn't one of the famous parks that tourists swarmed. This one was quieter, more forgotten, and harder to reach. That was part of its beauty, and part of its danger. The headquarters sat at the end of a long gravel road that wound through dense pine forest. Most days started early with the same routine, checking the radios, logging patrol routes, and heading out into the backcountry to make sure everything was fine. The area I was assigned to patrol most often was a long valley with no official campsites, just scattered clearings where hikers sometimes pitched their tents. I usually went alone. By late June, the summer season was in full swing. There were more campers, fishermen, and backpackers than the small team of us could keep track of. Most of the work was boring: trash checks, fire warnings, trail maintenance, but occasionally something broke the routine. Sometimes we'd find a campsite left in a hurry, food left open, or bear scat right next to a tent. Other times, we'd find old abandoned gear that looked like it had been there for years. You learn to tell the difference between a hiker who left in a rush and a place that's simply been forgotten. In early July, I got assigned to check a region north of a place we called Swan Ridge. It was rough terrain, no trails, just game paths and steep inclines. The last report we had from that area was 2 weeks old, from a pair of biologists studying plant growth. They'd radioed that they were fine, but the check-in schedule got missed after a thunderstorm knocked out the repeater station. I was told to make a day trip out there just to make sure everything was fine. I left before dawn with a pack full of water, a radio, and a GPS tracker that barely worked under the thick canopy. The morning was cold and misty, with dew clinging to the underbrush. The forest was so dense that I could only see maybe 20 feet ahead of me in some places. The smell of wet pine and soil was heavy in the air. I followed the narrow valley northward, occasionally crossing old animal trails or small creeks. The further I went, the quieter it got. No bird calls, no wind, just the dull sound of my boots in the mud. Around midday, I reached a small meadow that looked like it had been used as a campsite at some point. There were remnants of a fire ring, some charred wood, and a few bits of trash. Foil, a broken pen, part of a plastic tarp. It didn't look recent, The grass around the spot was waist-high, and I could tell no one had been through there in a while. I noted the location and moved on. Not long after that, I started noticing things that felt off. The first was a faint smell, something metallic, like blood or rust. I thought it might be a dead animal nearby. Then I began seeing patches of disturbed soil as if something had been dragged. They weren't big, maybe the size of a human torso, but there were several of them along the slope. I figured a bear had taken down a deer and dragged parts of it uphill, but I couldn't find any remains. About half a mile past that, I found what looked like an old tent, half collapsed and covered with pine needles. The fabric was faded, the color almost gone, but it hadn't been there long enough to rot completely. I approached slowly, scanning for signs of wildlife. The tent's front was unzipped, and inside there were a few items: an empty water bottle, a shoe, a broken flashlight. No food, no sleeping bag. The ground around the tent was disturbed, but not like a fight or panic. More like someone had moved things around repeatedly, pacing, kneeling, standing up, sitting down. I couldn't explain it, but it gave me a strange feeling, like whoever had been here hadn't left calmly. I marked the coordinates on my GPS and decided to head further up the ridge. The plan was to reach the north side before turning back to beat the sunset. The terrain became steeper, with thick brush that scraped at my legs. The trees grew closer together, and the light dimmed even though it was only mid-afternoon. I remember looking up at the canopy and realizing how far I was from any sign of human life. My radio hissed with static whenever I tried to transmit. Then I found something else. An old metal cooler, the kind campers use. It was sitting about 20 feet off the animal path, half sunk into the soil. The lid was cracked, and inside was a mess of torn plastic and moldy paper. I pulled one out carefully and saw it was a photograph. Blurry, water-damaged, but clearly a picture of a campsite. There were several more like it, all pictures of tents, trees, or campfires. They looked like someone had been taking pictures of random campsites around the area. None of them showed people, just empty clearings. I couldn't make sense of it. I put everything back and decided that was far enough. The sky had darkened with heavy clouds, and I still had several miles to go to get back. I started descending slowly, following the same rough route I came up. It should have been simple, but after about 20 minutes I realized I wasn't seeing the same landmarks. The valley below didn't look right. My compass spun slightly, probably because of mineral deposits, but I trusted my instincts and kept heading downhill. That's when I heard something. A faint clatter, like metal striking rock, somewhere behind me. I froze, crouched, and listened. Nothing. The forest was silent again, but I could feel the tension in the air, the kind that comes when something is nearby. I scanned the slope behind me but saw nothing. Then I noticed a patch of dirt that had been disturbed recently. There were footprints, boots similar to mine, but the pattern wasn't familiar. They weren't fresh enough to tell direction, but they hadn't been there long either. I tried the radio again, but it was still dead. I told myself it was just an old trail used by hunters or another ranger, but it didn't feel right. The park wasn't open to hunters and no one else was supposed to be this far north that week. I picked up my pace. The forest floor sloped unevenly, and the undergrowth thickened until it was hard to move without snapping branches. Every sound felt amplified, the rustle of my pack, the scrape of twigs under my boots. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I didn't see anyone. Eventually, I reached the meadow again, the one with the old fire ring. The light had faded to a dim gray, and fog was beginning to gather near the trees. That's when I saw movement near the far edge of the clearing. Something low to the ground, quick, darting between the tree trunks. I stopped and waited, eyes locked on the spot. Nothing moved again, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. Maybe it was an animal, but the way it moved, fast, then still, didn't seem like any animal I knew. I took a longer route around the meadow and kept heading south. The fog grew thicker, rolling through the trees in heavy white swirls. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. My flashlight barely reached 10 feet ahead. The woods felt different now, like I'd stepped into a place I wasn't supposed to be. After another half hour, I finally picked up the trail I'd come in on that morning. Relief hit me for a second, but then I saw something lying in the middle of the path. It was a backpack. I approached slowly, shining the light on it. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't a ranger pack. It looked newer, with a patch that said Wilderness Research. Inside were notebooks, sample containers, and a GPS unit. It had to belong to one of the biologists who'd been up here, but there was no sign of them. The fog made it impossible to see far, but I thought I saw something else about 30 yards ahead, a dark shape against the pale mist. It wasn't moving, and it was too big to be an animal. I took a few steps closer, then realized what it was. A tent, not an old one, but freshly pitched. It wasn't there this morning. I could see gear hanging outside, a lantern, a water jug. Whoever was staying there hadn't been gone long. I wanted to call out, but stopped myself. Something about the whole scene made my stomach twist. The flap of the tent was open just enough that I could see inside. There was movement, slow, small. I thought maybe an animal had gotten in. I took a few cautious steps forward, then shined my light into the opening. Inside, there was a sleeping bag. It was zipped halfway open. The shape inside wasn't moving anymore, but I could see a hand sticking out, pale, stiff, the fingers curled. I backed away, heart hammering. I knew then that whoever it was had been dead for at least a day or two. I marked the spot, turned around, and hiked back toward the ranger station without stopping. It took hours, and by the time I reached the road, it was almost midnight. I didn't see anyone or anything on the way down, but I kept feeling like I was being watched the whole time. The next morning, I went back with 2 other rangers and a deputy. The fog had cleared, and daylight made the place look almost normal again. We reached the tent, and the body was still there, male, mid-30s, dressed like a researcher. The ID confirmed it was one of the missing biologists, but there was something strange about how he'd died. There were no signs of struggle, no wounds, no animal marks. He was just lying there, stiff and cold. The notebook found in his pack had half-finished notes about night activity and camera traps damaged. A few 100 feet away, behind a fallen tree, we found a small pit covered with branches. Inside were bones, animal bones mostly, but also a few that didn't look like any deer or elk I'd ever seen. The medical examiner later confirmed that among them were human remains, at least 3 eye. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in northern Minnesota in the mid-2000s. The area I was stationed in was remote, several hours from the nearest major town, thick with pine and spruce, and crossed by dozens of small creeks that turned to mud when it rained. The park itself wasn't the kind that drew big crowds. It was mostly for hunters, anglers, or serious backpackers who didn't mind being off the grid for days at a time. The kind of place where you might go a whole week and not see another person. I started the job in early spring, just as the snow melt turned everything into slush and the black flies began to come out. The air always had that heavy, wet smell of moss and rot. My main duties were simple: trail maintenance, checking permits, monitoring wildlife, keeping an eye on fire risks, and making sure no one was doing anything illegal like poaching or dumping trash in the woods. But mostly I just patrolled. The first few weeks were uneventful. It was quiet, lonely work, but I liked it. My cabin was a one-room structure at the end of a narrow gravel road that led into the woods. No cell service, no TV, just a radio that worked when the weather was clear. The nights there were long. When the wind picked up, the trees would moan and creak, and I'd hear things moving outside. Deer, mostly. Sometimes raccoons or porcupines. Around late May, the park started to get busier. Hunters came first, then campers. Most stayed close to the designated areas near the lakes, but some went deep into the forest, where trails were barely visible. That's where problems usually happened. It was one of those June mornings when I got a call on the radio from the southern checkpoint. A visitor had reported seeing smoke rising from a part of the forest that wasn't on the map as a campsite. It was deep, several miles off any marked trail. That usually meant one of 2 things. Either someone was lost, or someone was camping illegally. I volunteered to check it out since I was closest. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the area by ATV. The deeper I went, the narrower the path got until I had to park and continue on foot. The ground was soft and covered with layers of pine needles. Everything smelled damp like decaying wood. The forest here felt thicker than usual, darker, as if the sunlight couldn't reach through the canopy. Eventually, I caught a faint smell of smoke. I followed it uphill, weaving between the trees. After about 10 minutes, I found what looked like a crude campsite. There were 3 small fire pits, all cold, and a circle of logs around what used to be a main fire ring. Old cans, food wrappers, and a few torn tarps were scattered around. The place looked like it had been used recently but not cleaned up. What struck me first was how organized it was. Whoever had been camping here had built wooden racks for hanging supplies and several small lean-tos made from branches and plastic sheets. But everything was abandoned, as if whoever was there had left in a hurry. I looked around for footprints. The ground was muddy in spots, and I saw several tracks leading in different directions, some human, some not. It was impossible to tell how many people had been there or how long ago they left. I radioed back that I'd found an unauthorized campsite and would investigate further before dismantling it. Then I started going through the area carefully. Near one of the lean-tos, I found something that didn't fit. A set of animal bones tied together with twine hanging from a branch. Not uncommon in some hunting camps, but it looked more deliberate, like a marker or warning. The bones were clean, white and polished, maybe deer. Further in, I found a small pit covered with branches and leaves. When I moved them aside, I saw what was inside. Dozens of empty cans, food packaging, and what looked like burned clothing. Some of the fabric was melted into the dirt like it had been set on fire in a hurry. I started to feel uneasy. The place didn't feel like a normal camp. It felt like someone had been living there for a while, weeks, maybe months. I decided to look for any sign of where they might have gone. The tracks led downhill, toward a marshy area where a creek ran through. I followed them for about half a mile before I found something that made me stop. On the edge of the creek, there was a small clearing. In the mud, I saw what looked like drag marks, long, deep furrows like something heavy had been pulled through the wet soil. I followed them a few feet and saw a pile of wet clothes tangled in reeds. They were dirty, soaked through, but when I picked them up, I realized they were military fatigues. Old ones, faded, with patches torn off. The drag marks led into the creek and disappeared in the water. The current wasn't strong enough to carry much downstream, but I couldn't see anything beneath the surface. The whole scene felt wrong. I went back to the main camp, took photos, and made a note to report it to my supervisor when I got back. Before leaving, I noticed a rusted metal box under one of the logs. Inside were several small items: a lighter, some matches, fishing line, a small folding knife, and a handful of Polaroid photos wrapped in a plastic bag. Most of the photos were just of trees, close-ups of bark, leaves, and rocks. But a few showed what looked like parts of the same campsite, only taken at night. In one of them, I saw what looked like a man's leg standing near the fire. Just the leg, no upper body, as if the picture had been taken in secret. Another showed a tent, but there was a hand pressed against the fabric from the inside. I didn't know what to make of it. I put everything back, packed up the box, and left. That night, back at the cabin, I filled out my report. But I couldn't stop thinking about the camp, about those photos, the drag marks and the bones hanging from that branch. A few days later, my supervisor and another ranger went out to the site to dismantle it and collect evidence. When they came back, they said most of it was gone. The fire pits had been filled in, the lean-tos taken apart. Even the bones were gone. It looked like someone had returned and cleaned it all up. That unsettled me more than anything. It meant whoever had been there was still out in the woods. A week after that, another report came in. A fisherman had found something downstream, a blue sleeping bag tangled in roots near the bank. Inside were clothes, a flashlight, and a notebook wrapped in plastic. I was the one who went to collect it. The notebook was water damaged, but I could still read some of it. The handwriting was rough, uneven. Most of it was lists, food, supplies, numbers. But there were also notes about watching them and waiting until they leave. It didn't make sense until I noticed that some of the dates matched weekends when campers had reported missing gear or food. It seemed like whoever wrote it had been living out there, stealing supplies from campsites and observing people. Later that summer, more reports came in. People started finding small signs, food stolen, tents slashed, footprints around campsites that didn't match anyone in their group. It wasn't enough to prove anything, but it was happening too often to be random. We did extra patrols, especially near the old site, but we never caught anyone. By fall, the reports slowed down. The weather got colder, and most visitors left. I thought maybe whoever had been out there had moved on. Then, in late October, I went out to close one of the seasonal trails before winter. It was a long hike, about 7 miles from the ranger station to the northern boundary. I brought a backpack, some tools, and my radio. About halfway through, I came across a patch of disturbed ground near a stand of birch trees. The soil was dark and freshly turned, like something had been buried recently. I marked the location and came back the next day with another ranger. We dug for a while before we found what was underneath, a large piece of canvas wrapped around something heavy. When we opened it, we found several metal tins, a small shovel, and what looked like human belongings: a pair of boots, a jacket, and a rusted camping stove. There were no bones or remains, but the smell of decay was strong. The boots were old, worn, and one had dried mud still caked around the sole. The pattern matched the footprints I'd seen months earlier at that illegal camp. We never found out who had been living out there. The police were notified, and a search was done in a 10-mile radius. They found several other makeshift shelters, small, hidden places built from branches and tarps, but nothing that gave a clear answer. When the snow came, everything disappeared under it. The park reopened the next spring. I returned for another season, though I didn't want to. That summer, I avoided that entire section of forest. I stuck to the main trails, stayed near the lakes, and kept my shifts close to daylight. But sometimes, late in the evening, when the light started to fade, I'd hear something in the distance. Not an animal, something moving steadily through the brush, stopping when I stopped. It never got close, but I always felt it watching. By the end of that season, I put in a request to transfer to another park. Before I left, I took one last patrol near where that camp had been, just to see if anything was left. The area was overgrown now. The fire pits were gone, the racks collapsed. Nature had swallowed almost everything, but hanging from a low branch near the creek was a single piece of twine, frayed and faded. On it was one small, smooth animal bone. It swung gently in the breeze, as if someone had tied it there not long ago. That was the last time I went into those woods. The following year, I heard that a hiker had gone missing in that same area. They never found him. Only his backpack, about a mile from where that bone had been hanging. I've worked in parks ever since, in different states, different forests. It was mid-October, one of those weeks when the woods start to feel different. The air gets sharper, the ground feels softer underfoot, and the forest grows quieter in a way that doesn't feel peaceful. It feels hollow. I'd been a park ranger for nearly 7 years by that point, working mostly in northern Minnesota. Most people think the job is peaceful, checking permits, clearing trails, helping lost campers. But most people don't see what happens when the woods get empty. When the tourists leave, and the only sounds are the wind and whatever lives deep enough in the forest to never see people. That week, I was assigned to patrol a stretch of land near Boundary Ridge, an area that was known for being rough terrain. Few hikers ever went that far because the trails faded into uneven ground, full of old logging roads that went nowhere. The area was popular decades ago when the state had a small fire watch tower up there, but now it was just a stretch of old forest, mostly left alone. My duty was to inspect some damage reports that came in through the previous week. Some hunters had claimed that someone had been vandalizing their camps, slashing tarps, stealing food, cutting into trees with strange markings. Normally, that kind of thing was chalked up to animals or other hunters being stupid. But the thing that made it strange was that it had happened miles apart, in multiple clearings, over several days. No one had reported seeing anyone, just the aftermath. I started out early one morning around 5:30. The temperature was just above freezing. The sky had that heavy gray look that usually meant rain later in the day. My pack was heavy with gear, radio, map, GPS, first aid, and enough supplies to stay out for a full day if needed. I took the North Access Trail first, which faded into a series of old dirt tracks that looked like they hadn't seen a vehicle in years. The deeper I went, the less the forest felt alive. No birds, no squirrels, not even the usual hum of insects, just stillness and the sound of my boots breaking the layer of frost on dead leaves. I remember thinking how quiet it felt, but I kept moving because silence like that can play tricks on you. By around 8 a.m., I reached the first area marked on my report, a small clearing near an old campsite, right by a dry creek bed. The campsite was still there, or what was left of it. The fire pit had been dug out recently, but it was cold now. The ashes were gray and undisturbed. The tent that had once been there was torn apart, shredded almost beyond recognition. I crouched down and saw that the cuts weren't random. They were long, smooth, clean, like from a very sharp blade. I started taking notes, recording the damage. The trees nearby had some strange marks carved into them, deep gouges, all horizontal, roughly at chest height, about 10 feet apart, in a line that went deeper into the trees. I followed them for maybe 50 yards before they stopped at an old stump. That stump had something nailed into it, a rusted horseshoe. At first I thought it might be some hunter superstition thing. People in the woods do weird things all the time, but this didn't feel like that. The horseshoe was nailed upside down, which in superstition terms means bad luck, and the nails weren't old. They were new, shiny. Someone had put it there recently. I made a note to return later with another ranger, then started heading east toward the next marked site. The wind picked up as I moved, carrying a sound that was hard to place. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't wind through branches. It was more like a dull metal-on-metal noise, faint but rhythmic. It would echo, stop, and start again. It took me another hour to reach the second site. This one was even more remote, just an old hunter's blind and a small patch of cleared brush. The blind was torn down, the boards splintered. Some were scattered as far as 20 feet away. The same tree markings appeared here too. Same height, same spacing, same pattern. The one thing that really unsettled me, though, was the ground. There were boot prints everywhere, all sizes, but no consistent trail. It was like people had walked in circles, aimlessly, then disappeared. I checked for signs of animal prints, bears, deer, anything, but there were none. Just boots. I took a short break near a fallen log to eat and check my map. My radio crackled a few times, static mostly. I tried to reach base, but the signal was weak. I was too deep into the lowlands for a solid connection. By noon, I was closing in on the third marked area. This part of the forest had thick growth, almost overgrown. The trail was faint, covered in moss and ferns. The ground dipped into a shallow valley where an old cabin once stood. It had burned down decades ago, but the foundation was still visible through the underbrush. I approached slowly, stepping over fallen beams and piles of charred stone. Around the area were more signs of recent activity. Someone had cleared the leaves away in a perfect circle about 20 feet wide. Inside that circle were sticks and small bones arranged in strange, deliberate patterns. They weren't random like animal remains scattered by predators. Each small pile had been placed carefully. The smell hit next. Not strong, but stale and earthy, like wet fur or an animal carcass buried too long. I scanned the area and saw something half buried near one of the logs. I dug it out with my gloves. It was a boot, old, mud-caked, but still intact. Inside, it was a folded scrap of paper, damp but legible enough to read a few words. Still out here, watching. That was all it said. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been nearby. I would stop and listen, and I could swear I heard branches move somewhere far off. Once I caught sight of a glint of something metallic through the trees, but it vanished when I tried to look closer. I didn't see anyone, though, and that made it worse. I decided to turn back before dark. I retraced my steps past the old camps and followed the fading trail back toward the north ridge. By then, the wind had picked up harder, and I could smell rain coming. The forest had that dark look it gets before a storm, where the light fades fast, even though it's still early. About a mile from where I parked the truck, I found something that made me stop dead. On the trail ahead, right in the center, was my own boot print. I recognized it by the tear near the heel. It was the same as my right boot. But this print was fresh, pressed deep into the wet dirt, heading in the direction I had just come from. That meant someone had been following me. My chest tightened as I scanned the woods around me. I didn't hear anything but the wind and the distant rustle of leaves. I kept walking, trying not to show any panic, though every few steps I turned to check behind me. I saw nothing, but the forest felt wrong now. I could feel eyes on me, the kind of feeling you get when you know for sure you aren't alone. I picked up the pace, moving fast, but trying not to run. My radio crackled again, just static, no voice. I kept listening, and for a split second I heard something faint. It sounded like breathing, not mine. A deep, uneven breathing, right over the radio. Then it went silent. When I finally reached the service road, it was almost dark. The sky had turned an ugly gray blue, and rain had started to fall. My truck was parked just ahead, half covered in pine needles. I unlocked the door, tossed my pack in, and started the engine. That's when I noticed the windshield. There was something smeared across the glass, mud, maybe, or ash. I turned on the wipers, but it didn't come off completely. When I leaned closer, I realized it wasn't mud. Someone had drawn across the windshield with dirty fingers. 3 long parallel lines, the same spacing as the cuts on the trees. That was enough for me. I drove out of there fast, radioing in as soon as I got a signal again. I reported everything, every location, every detail. A few days later, another team went out there. They found the same markings, same spots, but nothing else. No footprints, no people, no sign of whoever had been out there. Weeks went by before I stopped thinking about it constantly. Then one morning, my supervisor called me into the office. They'd received another report. Fresh vandalism, same area, same markings. This time, they found something else. About 50 yards from the old burned cabin, they found a trail camera nailed to a tree. It had been recording for weeks. When they checked the footage, most of it was just empty forest. Branches moving, animals passing by, the usual. But around midnight, on one of the nights I had been out there, someone appeared on camera. The figure stood perfectly still at the edge of the frame, just out of the flashlight's reach. It was a man, wearing dark clothes, watching. He didn't move. He didn't make a sound. And at some point during that same night, he turned, looked directly at the camera, and walked toward it. The footage ended there, cut off. The camera had been ripped down, its lens cracked. They never found him. After that, I stopped working solo in that section of the park. I still patrol, still do my rounds, but I don't go near Boundary Ridge anymore. The state eventually closed that area off completely after more reports came in. Tents slashed, gear missing, campers vanishing overnight. Sometimes, on clear days, if you hike far enough up the western side, you can still see the faint trail that leads toward the ridge. No one goes there anymore, but if you look closely, the trees still have those same cuts, fresh ones, clean and straight, as if someone keeps returning to finish what they started. And every time I pass by that direction, I get the same feeling I did that day, the feeling that someone's still out there, just waiting for the woods to get quiet again. I started working as a seasonal park ranger in the summer of 1998. I was 26 then, fresh out of a forestry program, and just trying to get enough experience to move up to a full-time ranger position. The park I worked at was in northern Minnesota, several hours from any major city, a dense spread of pine and birch that ran for miles in every direction. There were lakes so still they looked like glass, and trails that wound through the woods for days before coming out near any kind of road. The place was beautiful, but it could turn lonely fast. During the first few weeks, I learned that most of the job was routine. Patrols, checking campsites, posting warnings about fire danger. You drove around on gravel roads, hiked trails to make sure nobody had gone off trail or left trash, and helped lost campers get back to their vehicles. But as the summer went on, I got assigned to more remote areas. Those were the places where things started to feel different. There's a section of the park called Miller Ridge. It's about 14 miles north of the main ranger station, and few visitors ever go there. The trails are rough, the roads narrow and overgrown. It's the kind of place where you can go an entire day without hearing anything mechanical. Just the wind moving through the trees, the insects, and your own breathing. The first time I was assigned to check the ridge, my supervisor told me it was mostly to verify that a few of the old fire breaks hadn't become blocked by fallen trees. Simple task, but it took the better part of a day. The road out there was a narrow dirt track. I drove a park-issued pickup that rattled and groaned every time it hit a rock. I remember passing a few empty campsites on the way, fire pits full of ash, picnic tables covered in pine needles. Eventually I reached the ridge trailhead around noon. I parked the truck under a tall pine, grabbed my day pack, radio, and map, and started walking. The trail was barely visible in some stretches. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Even the birds seemed to avoid that place. About 2 miles in, I found the first fire break, a narrow cut through the forest meant to stop wildfires from spreading. It was overgrown as expected, but still visible. I took some notes and kept moving north. The trail began to slope upward until I came out on a rocky overlook that gave a wide view of the woods below. Miles of trees in every direction. No cabins, no roads, just endless green. That's when I noticed something odd down below. At first I thought it was a small pond reflecting sunlight through the trees. But as I looked closer, I realized it was a patch of open ground, cleared, like someone had cut down trees deliberately. It wasn't marked on my map. The area was at least half a mile away from any known trail. Curious, I made my way down through the thick brush. It took maybe 40 minutes to reach it. When I did, I saw that it wasn't a pond or a clearing from natural causes. It looked like a campsite, but not one used recently by tourists. The ground was packed flat, the grass dead and trampled. A few logs were arranged in a circle, maybe to sit on, and there was an old rusted metal drum that had been used for burning trash. Around it were scattered remains of old gear, melted plastic jugs, a torn piece of canvas, and what looked like a crushed lantern. Everything had been there a long time, but what stood out most was a hole. It was about 4 feet wide and 5 feet deep, cut straight into the dirt at the center of the clearing. The edges were sharp, like someone had dug it with purpose. Inside, the bottom was filled with rainwater and leaves, but you could still see how deep it went. It didn't look like any animal hole or natural depression. It was deliberate. I crouched near the edge and studied it for a while, trying to think of a reason for it. Maybe an old latrine pit from a logging camp. Maybe someone buried trash or gear there decades ago. But the rest of the clearing didn't match that. It felt different, off somehow. I radioed back to the station to log my position, but the signal barely came through. I tried again, nothing but static. That wasn't unusual that deep in the forest, so I made a note of the coordinates and decided to head back before dark. The hike back up the slope was slow, and by the time I reached the truck, the light was starting to fade. When I returned to the station that night, I told my supervisor, Tom, what I found. He didn't seem surprised. He said there were old homesteads and hunting camps scattered all over the forest, remnants from before the area became a protected park. People used to live out there year-round, cutting timber and trapping. Some of them left behind junk like that. He told me to mark the site on the map, and he'd have me check it again in a few days. 3 days later, I went back out there. This time I started early in the morning, so I'd have plenty of daylight. The drive felt longer, even though it wasn't. The forest looked heavier somehow, like the trees leaned closer to the road. I parked in the same place, followed the same trail, and after about an hour, I reached the clearing again. Something had changed. The hole was deeper. I noticed it right away. It wasn't just the angle or the light. It had clearly been dug deeper since I'd last seen it. The pile of dirt beside it was larger and fresher. Someone had been there. I looked around the clearing carefully, searching for footprints, but the ground was covered in pine needles, and whatever tracks had been there were gone. There were no new items, no tools or signs of recent camping. Just the deeper hole in that uneasy silence. It bothered me enough that I hiked another half-mile around the area, circling the clearing from a distance. I didn't find anyone or anything else. Eventually I returned to the site, took a few photos, and left. When I got back to the station, I told Tom again. This time he looked more interested. He asked if I was sure, and I said yes, it wasn't natural erosion. He said he'd mention it to the district office, but nothing ever came of it. A week later, I was sent back for another check. By then, I had started feeling uneasy about that place. There was something strange about how it changed each time I went. I brought a shovel and a flashlight with me this time, thinking I'd take a closer look at what was inside the hole. When I reached the clearing, the air was still and heavy. I could smell damp earth stronger than before, like soil that had been freshly turned. The hole was deeper again, maybe 8 or 9 feet now. The dirt around it was soft and the walls were cleanly cut. I crouched beside it, shining the flashlight down. The beam caught something pale at the bottom, barely visible through the water. I leaned closer, careful not to slip. It wasn't a rock or root. It looked smooth. I thought maybe it was plastic. I stuck the shovel in and tried to scrape around the edge, pulling some of the wet dirt toward me. The water was cloudy and shallow. After a few minutes, I saw the pale shape move slightly, floating upward. It was bone, a piece of what looked like a human femur, worn and stained dark from the soil. For a long time, I just stood there, staring. My first thought was that it might have been an old burial site, something historic. I'd read about old graves being discovered in remote parts of parks, but this one didn't feel like that. The soil around it looked freshly disturbed, not decades old. I radioed again. This time I got through. I told them I'd found possible human remains, gave my coordinates, and they said they'd send law enforcement from the county. It took nearly 3 hours for them to reach me. While I waited, I stayed near the truck. I didn't want to be down there alone. Every noise in the woods felt louder. The crack of a branch, the hum of insects. The light shifted through the trees, turning golden, then dim. By the time the deputies arrived, it was late afternoon. I guided them to the clearing, showed them the hole. They looked it over, took photos, and marked off the area with tape. They told me to stay clear until the investigation was done. The next day, they brought a forensic team out. I wasn't allowed to join, but I later heard from Tom that they found several human bones in that pit. Not old either, no more than a few years. The park closed off Miller Ridge for a while after that. Over the next months, there were rumors among the rangers. Some said it was a dumping site used by someone years ago. Others said the remains matched missing persons from nearby counties. No one official ever confirmed details, but one thing we all knew was that it wasn't ancient history. It was recent. I kept thinking about how that hole kept changing, how someone must have been returning to it between my visits. That realization didn't sit well. I'd been out there alone each time, unarmed except for a shovel and a radio that barely worked. Whoever had dug that hole might have still been nearby, watching, waiting for dark to finish what they'd started. The park reopened the following spring, and Miller Ridge was put back on the map, though no one liked going there. I transferred to a different district later that year, further south, but I never forgot that hole. Sometimes when I think about it, I remember how silent that clearing was, how the air felt thick, how it seemed like the forest itself was holding its breath. I remember standing there looking down into the water, realizing that something, or someone, had been buried there deliberately. It was late September when I took the job as a seasonal park ranger in a remote section of northern Montana. I had worked smaller forest areas before, places with actual facilities and steady radio coverage. But this stretch was something else. Tens of thousands of acres of dense pine, spruce and aspen with only 2 dirt roads cutting through the whole area. The ranger station I was assigned to was one of the oldest still in use, built sometime in the 1960s. It sat on the edge of a long, narrow lake called Buckhorn, surrounded by black pine that blocked most of the sky. There was no town for nearly 50 miles. The nearest gas station was 40 minutes down a washboard road that seemed to eat vehicles alive. Every week, a supply truck would drop off fuel, canned food, and mail. After that, it was just me, the trees, and the radio. The pay wasn't great, but I had wanted solitude. I thought I was ready for it. The first week was calm. My main duties were checking on backcountry campsites, clearing out fire pits and logging trail conditions. The summer rush had ended, and only a few late-season hikers came through. The forest was empty and quiet. Sometimes it was so quiet it felt like I was underwater. The sound of my boots crunching over pine needles echoed too loudly in my own ears. About 12 miles north of the station was an old fire lookout tower that had been abandoned decades ago. The top platform was still there, but the stairs had half rotted away, so nobody was supposed to climb it. I checked on it my second week out of curiosity. The forest around it was strange, too still, no birds, no wind. The ground was soft with decades of needles and moss, and I could smell iron in the air. I remember standing there, looking up at the old steel frame, when I noticed something that looked like a thin trail leading deeper into the woods. It wasn't on any of the maps. It didn't even look like a real path, just a faint depression in the ground, the kind that's formed by repeated foot traffic over many years. I followed it for maybe 100 yards before I realized it curved downhill toward a small creek. The forest here looked older, darker. The trees grew tight together, their trunks twisting upward like ribs. I stopped when I came across what looked like a ring of rocks, old, blackened, maybe once part of a fire pit. There were shards of glass buried in the dirt nearby and a flattened area where a tent might have been. But the weird part was how clean it was. No trash, no leftover cans, no burned wood in the pit, like someone had come back and picked through it recently. I logged the coordinates when I got back to the station, marked it as an unregistered camp area, and moved on. The first real sign that something wasn't right came about 10 days later. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a faint metallic sound outside, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. I figured it was a branch in the wind or an animal. The cabin had a small deck that faced the lake, and the air was cold enough that you could see fog drifting over the water even at night. When I went outside, I didn't see anything, just that silence again. I checked around the cabin with my flashlight. There were fresh boot prints in the dirt by the propane tank. Not mine. I wore Vibram-soled work boots, and these were smooth-bottomed like old military or hunting boots. They led toward the tree line and stopped after about 30 feet. The next morning, I checked the storage shed out back. Nothing was missing, but a few of the spare fuel cans had been shifted. It was subtle, but enough to make me uneasy. I radioed it into the main office, and the duty officer told me it was probably some local hunters cutting through the area. He told me to log it and move on. 2 days later, while inspecting the trails along the East Ridge, I found another unlisted campsite. This one was different. The fire pit still had gray ash in it, and there were impressions in the dirt. 2 sleeping bag outlines, side by side. A few pieces of rope were tied between nearby trees as if someone had used them to hang gear. It wasn't uncommon for hunters to camp off trail, but what bothered me was the smell. There was a faint chemical odor like gasoline or solvent hanging in the air. There were also bones scattered a few yards away. Not large ones, maybe from a rabbit or raccoon, but they were stripped clean. No fur, no meat, just dry white bone. The gnaw marks didn't look like they came from animals. They were clean, straight, like they'd been cut. I backed out and marked the spot. When I got back to the cabin that night, I double-checked that the door locks worked and kept my rifle close. The forest outside was too quiet again. For a while, nothing happened. I tried to convince myself I was just getting jumpy being alone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was living out there. You start noticing things after weeks alone. Patterns, smells, small changes. Every morning I'd walk the perimeter around the cabin and notice little things out of place. Branches snapped low on trees. Stones shifted, sometimes faint footprints crossing near the trail. The third week, a hunter reported something strange. He came by the station before dawn, saying he'd heard what sounded like screaming in the woods the night before. Said it lasted almost half an hour and then stopped. He thought maybe someone had fallen or gotten attacked by an animal. I logged it, radioed the district office, and they sent another ranger up to help me check it out. We spent the next 2 days combing the area he'd described, and we didn't find anyone. No blood, no gear, nothing. The only thing we came across was an old hunting blind built into the hillside, facing a small clearing. Inside were 3 plastic chairs and an old cooler. The cooler was full of something black and dried, maybe old bait or animal parts. The smell was thick, like rot mixed with ammonia. After that, the other ranger left, and I went back to my usual routine. But something had changed. I started finding small things near the cabin again. Bits of twine, an old button, once even a strip of leather like it had been torn from a jacket. None of it belonged to me. One night in mid-October, it snowed lightly. I woke before sunrise and went outside to take weather readings. That's when I saw the footprints again. They started at the tree line and went right up to my porch. Bare feet this time. Long, narrow prints pressed deep into the snow, like whoever made them had stood there a while. They didn't lead away, just stopped. I checked all around the cabin. Nothing. The footprints just ended near the edge of the deck, like the person had vanished or climbed up. But there was no sign of anyone on the roof or anywhere else. I didn't sleep much after that. Every creak in the wood sounded louder. I kept the lamp on through the night, listening to the forest hum. The next week, I decided to hike back toward the old fire lookout. Something about that place had been bothering me. I started early in the morning, packed food, water, and a sidearm, and made it to the tower by mid-afternoon. The weather had turned gray and cold. The ground was still frozen where the sun didn't reach. When I got to the old ring of rocks again, the dirt around it looked disturbed, like someone had been digging. There were deep, uneven holes in the soil. One of them had scraps of old fabric inside, maybe from a tent or tarp. Another hole looked like it had been refilled recently, darker soil on top. I scraped at it with a stick until I hit something solid. It was a can. An old metal coffee can, rusted through in spots, filled with folded pieces of paper. Most were too damp to open, but the few I could unfold had hand-drawn maps on them, sections of the forest, marked with X's. Each X was labeled with dates. Going back more than a decade, I looked at the nearest marked location on the map. It was about half a mile east. I hiked there slowly, following the terrain until I came to a low marshy area. The ground was soft and black. There were bits of blue tarp tangled in the roots and an old camp stove rusting in the mud. Nearby, the ground was uneven. It looked like something had been buried and dug up again. By now, I felt a deep unease in my gut. The cold air, the stillness, the smell of wet earth, it all pressed in around me. I turned back toward the cabin as the light began to fade. That night, I heard footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I turned off my light and sat in the dark, staring through the window. The moonlight was weak, but enough to make out the outline of the trees. For almost an hour, the sounds moved around me. Soft crunches. The snap of a twig, breathing that might have been my imagination. When I finally opened the door and shined the flashlight, the woods were empty. The next morning, I found something wedged under the cabin door. A small piece of folded paper, soaked from the night dew. Inside was a single word written in pencil. Leave. That was the last day I stayed there. When the supply truck came that week, I told them I was done, that I needed to be reassigned. I didn't explain why. I packed everything I owned into the truck bed and didn't look back. Months later, when I was working in a different district, I got curious and looked up that old ranger station. Turns out it was closed the following spring after another ranger went missing. They said he'd gone out to check a storm-damaged trail and never came back. His truck was still parked by the lake, keys in the ignition. The only thing they found near the station were footprints in the snow leading into the trees. No one ever reopened that post. They said the forest was reclaiming it. But I still think about those holes, those maps, and whoever left that note. I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't think it was anything supernatural. Someone had been living out there, maybe for years, watching, moving camps, marking places, dig. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in northern Minnesota back in 2002. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid enough to get me through the year and gave me a chance to be out in the woods instead of stuck in an office. Most of my duties were simple: trail checks, checking campsites for compliance, keeping an eye on wildlife activity, and making sure no one was out doing something stupid like starting fires in the wrong places. The park stretched for miles, dense with old pine and birch, rocky hills, swampy lowlands, and lakes so remote you could go days without hearing a single boat engine. It was quiet, almost too quiet sometimes. The kind of silence that made you notice every little sound. Branches snapping, the wind pushing through the needles, the far-off cry of a loon. That fall, the forest had an odd feeling to it. The weather stayed warmer than usual into late October, which meant more visitors stuck around, mostly hunters and late-season campers. I was based out of a small ranger station about 30 miles from the nearest town. It was a one-room cabin with a radio, a small cot, a wood stove, and maps pinned to every wall. My partner that season, a guy named Joel, was reassigned early after an injury, so for most of October I worked alone. I didn't mind. Solitude never bothered me, and I'd been out there long enough to know every dirt road, creek, and fire break by memory. One day, I was scheduled to check a few remote campsites on the northern boundary of the park, an area called Hensley Ridge. Hardly anyone camped there because the terrain was rough, and the road that led there was half washed out. The only people who went up that far were serious hunters who wanted to get away from everyone else. My log said there were 2 active permits for that section, both issued earlier that week. The trail leading in was narrow, the kind that chewed up your truck tires with exposed roots and rocks. I drove slow, windows down, breathing in that cold pine air. The forest was thick, with sunlight breaking through in thin golden lines. The leaves had mostly fallen, leaving the underbrush bare. I passed the first campsite after about 2 miles. No one was there, just a cold fire pit and a few beer cans left behind. I noted it down, picked up the trash, and moved on. By the time I reached the second site, it was late afternoon. The sun was starting to dip, that slow amber light stretching long shadows across the clearing. There were signs of people, footprints, a camp chair, some tools, but no one in sight. The tent was still up, but the flap was unzipped and fluttering in the wind. I called out, more out of habit than anything, then stepped closer. The tent was empty except for a sleeping bag that had been shoved to the side and a half-eaten pack of jerky. What struck me as odd was how it looked like someone had left in a hurry. There was no cooler, no cooking gear, and no pack. Just the tent chair and a few odds and ends. The fire pit was full of cold ashes, but it looked like it hadn't been used in at least a day or 2. I found some boot prints leading into the woods behind the campsite, heading northwest, away from the main trail. I followed them for a short distance before they faded into the brush. I assumed whoever had been there just decided to move on or got lost. It happened all the time. I made a note to return the next morning and headed back to the truck. By the time I got back to the station, it was almost dark. The air outside was sharp, the kind of cold that carries sound. I could hear a distant owl, the wind through the trees. I logged the abandoned site and planned to check it again first thing in the morning, maybe bring a thermal blanket or 2 in case I found someone lost or hurt. The next day, I left at dawn. The frost had formed a thin white film over everything, the ground crunching under my boots. When I reached the site, it looked exactly the same, tent still up, nothing touched. I followed the same direction where the boot prints had gone, this time staying with them longer. The forest there changed quickly, getting steeper and denser. The ground became soft and muddy as I moved into a low area with small creeks crossing through. 100 yards in, I found a torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch. It looked like part of a backpack strap. I followed the faint trail farther until I came across a small open patch surrounded by thick pine. That's where I saw the first clear sign that something was wrong. The ground was torn up, patches of moss and dirt disturbed, as if someone had fallen and scrambled. There were boot prints in several directions, but no clear path leading out. Then I saw the remnants of a small fire, just blackened wood half buried in wet soil. Around it were empty wrappers, a knife and a single glove. The glove looked wet and dirty, but it wasn't there long enough to rot. I crouched to look closer and noticed something that made me uneasy, a small dark smear on one of the nearby rocks. It was blood, dry and thin, but unmistakable. I didn't panic, but I felt that tight pull in my gut that told me this wasn't just someone getting lost. I marked the location with my compass, then hiked back to the truck to radio in a possible missing person. The dispatcher said they'd send a search team by morning, but until then, I was to keep an eye out and not engage too deep on my own. That night was long. I stayed in the cabin with the wood stove crackling low. I couldn't shake the image of that abandoned site. The tent still standing in that dead clearing, the blood on the rock, the torn strap. I've seen a lot in those woods. Lost hikers, illegal hunters, even a few bodies over the years. But something about this felt different. It felt wrong. The next morning, I met up with 2 other rangers at the main junction. We split up, each taking a section to search. I returned to the same trail, marking trees with orange tape as I went. The forest was silent except for the sound of our radios crackling every half hour. Around mid-morning, I reached the clearing again. The tent was still there, but something had changed. There were new footprints, fresh ones. They weren't mine, and they weren't from the day before. I could tell by the depth and spacing that whoever made them had been walking fast. They led from the trail directly to the tent, circled around it, and disappeared into the woods on the opposite side. The direction they headed in led deeper into terrain where no marked paths existed. I followed them, careful not to disturb the impressions. The forest thickened as I climbed over fallen logs and ducked under low branches. After about half a mile, I reached an old service road that hadn't been used in years. The tracks continued down it. That road used to lead to an old fire lookout tower that had been decommissioned decades ago, but parts of the structure still stood. It was about another mile ahead, past a creek crossing. When I reached the tower, I stopped. The structure stood crooked, metal rusted and half collapsed, surrounded by waist-high grass. The tracks went straight toward it, then around the base. I walked closer and saw more signs of disturbance. A flattened patch of grass, a half-empty water bottle, a torn jacket sleeve. There was something metallic lying beside one of the tower's supports. I picked it up. It was a hunting knife, the kind with a bone handle. The blade was dull and stained with dried mud. I circled the tower, scanning the area. Then I noticed something farther back in the trees, a shape, faint and low to the ground. When I approached, I saw what it was, a backpack. It was half buried under leaves and debris, as if someone had tried to hide it. I knelt down and unzipped it. Inside were clothes, a few food bars, a lighter, and a folded map. On the map, someone had drawn a rough circle around Hensley Ridge with a small X near the tower's location. That's when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, but it was there. Something sweet and rotten drifting through the air. I followed it instinctively, scanning the brush. It took me a few seconds to spot what it was coming from. Down a small slope tangled between tree roots and brush was the body. It was a man, face down, arms stretched awkwardly. He'd been dead for at least a few days. No gun, no signs of animal attack, but his clothes were torn in several places. His skin was pale and there was dried blood around his mouth and nose. I backed up slowly, forcing myself to breathe evenly. I'd dealt with bodies before, but the stillness of the woods around him made it feel heavier. I marked the location and called it in. The rest of the day was a blur of tape, photos, and reports. The medical examiner came in the next day and took the body out. They found a deep cut along his thigh, possibly from a fall or self-inflicted. But what really got to everyone was what they found next to him buried under the leaves. A second knife. Same make as the first one I found by the tower. It wasn't until a week later that we learned who he was. His name was Travis Holt, 32, from Wisconsin. He'd registered for a single-person hunting permit for that area. His family said he was experienced and went camping all the time. The medical report said he likely died from blood loss after cutting his leg and failing to stop the bleeding. Simple, tragic, but there were still parts that didn't make sense. The second knife, the blood pattern, the footprints that circled the tent before vanishing. A few days after the investigation wrapped, I went back one last time to collect the remaining markers. I didn't like leaving gear behind and I wanted to see the site again in daylight now that I knew the full picture. The forest looked normal again, quiet, still just the sound of the wind through the trees. But when I reached the clearing, something stopped me cold. The tent was gone. Not collapsed, not torn, gone. The chair, the jerky, the ashes, all gone too. There were fresh boot prints. I started working as a park ranger in northern Minnesota in 1997. I was in my mid-20s, recently out of college, and looking for something that would get me away from the noise and crowds of cities. I grew up camping and hunting, so the wilderness didn't scare me. I thought I understood it. The weather, the animals, the long stretches of silence that can make your own heartbeat sound loud. But that fall, during my first year on the job, I learned how wrong I was about being alone in the woods. The area I was assigned to patrol covered about 80 square miles of thick forest, lakes, and bogs. It bordered a few tiny towns that were mostly abandoned logging communities. The roads in and out were long and narrow, made of gravel and dirt, sometimes washed out by rain. I worked out of a small ranger cabin near a lake called Iron Ridge. It had no electricity, just propane lights and a hand pump for water. My radio was battery-powered and barely worked once I got a few miles out from the cabin. I had one co-worker, another ranger named Dave, but our patrols rarely overlapped. The district manager rotated us so that one of us was always out in the field, while the other handled paperwork or maintenance. That meant that most days and many nights I was completely on my own out there. I didn't mind at first. The quiet felt like a reward. By mid-September, the weather started turning cold. The birch leaves were already yellow and frost covered the grass every morning. Hunting season was about to begin, and the department wanted all old fire rings, illegal hunting blinds, and unregistered campsites cleared out. My job was to check a series of remote areas near the western boundary, mostly unmarked routes that hadn't been used in years. That's where this all started. One morning, I parked my truck at the end of an old service road and hiked west with a small pack, axe, and GPS unit. The goal was to reach an old campsite that hadn't been listed on any recent maps. It was marked only in some handwritten notes left by a ranger who retired a decade earlier. He'd scribbled that it was north of the swamp, maybe 3 miles off the old track. That was it. I figured I'd find an overgrown clearing and maybe some rotted picnic tables. The trail was gone after the first mile. Fallen trees and thick brush slowed me down. The ground turned soft and spongy near the low areas, and the air smelled heavy and wet. It was one of those places where the forest feels too quiet. No wind, no birds, just the sound of your boots squishing in the mud. After about 2 hours, I reached a ridge that overlooked a shallow valley full of standing water. The swamp was larger than the maps showed, stretching almost half a mile across. Beyond it was a line of dark spruce trees. I worked my way around the swamp's northern edge, following the higher ground, until I noticed something unnatural about halfway across the opposite shore. It looked like a shape, low and square, lighter in color than the trees. I thought maybe it was a tent or tarp. I took out my binoculars and tried to focus, but the light was bad through the mist. I couldn't make out details, only that it wasn't part of the forest. The only way to reach it was to cross the swamp. There wasn't a direct path, but I spotted a section where dead logs and grassy patches formed a sort of natural walkway. It was slow going. The ground sank under me every few steps, and I could hear water gurgling beneath the moss. When I finally reached solid land again, I realized that the light shape I'd seen wasn't a tent. It was a small wooden shack. It looked decades old, maybe older. The roof sagged and the boards were gray with rot. The door hung open, half off its hinges. Around it were signs of human activity, a rusted stove, a few broken bottles, and the remnants of a small campfire. But what stood out most were the footprints, dozens of them, pressed deep into the damp soil around the structure. They weren't new, but they weren't ancient either. Some were made by boots, others by bare feet. That last detail stopped me. Bare footprints in this cold, wet area didn't make sense. I crouched down and saw that a few prints were small, like a child's, and others much larger. They all overlapped, heading in different directions, as if several people had been walking around here repeatedly. I didn't hear anyone, but the forest was so dense that a person could have been 50 feet away and hidden. I stepped into the shack. Inside it smelled like mold and wet wood. The floor was littered with debris, scraps of fabric, animal bones, and what looked like old cans of food rusted through. In one corner was a pile of blankets, matted and filthy, but clearly arranged for sleeping. Against the back wall was a wooden table, and on it sat a small notebook covered in dirt. I brushed it off and opened it. Most of the pages were ruined by moisture, but a few words were still legible. Dates from 1988 through 1992, scribbled notes about the line, the sound, and the visitors. It didn't read like a journal from a camper or hunter. It felt paranoid, disconnected thoughts, short entries. One line stood out: "Can't sleep. They come from the marsh at night." I figured it was some drifter or maybe an old hermit who'd lived out here years ago. Still, the place had an uneasy feeling. The footprints, the strange journal, the fact that no official record mentioned any structure here. It all bothered me. I marked the location on my GPS, took a few photos for the report, and left. The hike back took longer because the light was fading. By the time I reached my truck, it was almost dark. I radioed the base station, but there was no signal. I made it back to the cabin and noted the day's findings in the logbook. I remember writing, "Old shack found NW sector. Signs of habitation but no current occupants." That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a noise outside. It was faint but distinct, like something heavy dragging across the dirt. I sat up in my bunk and listened. The sound came again, closer this time, from the direction of the tree line behind the cabin. The generator wasn't running, so the area was pitch black. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped to the window, shining it through the glass. The beam caught nothing but trees. I told myself it was an animal, a bear maybe, and went back to bed. But I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I was assigned to check one of the fishing access points a few miles east. I drove there early, but halfway down the road I saw tire tracks that veered off into the woods. The tracks looked fresh, like from a truck or ATV. That wasn't unusual, except there were no permitted vehicles supposed to be that far in. I parked and followed the tracks on foot. They wound through the forest for almost half a mile before stopping abruptly near an old beaver pond. There, half hidden behind trees, was an abandoned pickup truck. The paint was faded, and the license plate was covered in mud. Inside, the seats were torn, and there were piles of junk in the back. Empty cans, rope, a few plastic containers. The ignition was still intact, but the keys weren't there. What really caught my attention was the smell. It wasn't rot or gasoline. It was something sharp, chemical, like burnt metal or cleaning solvent. I stepped back and jotted the plate number down to run later. As I walked around the area, I found a narrow path leading deeper into the trees. It looked like it had been used recently, vegetation trampled, branches broken. I followed it for about 100 yards until it ended near a cluster of old hunting blinds. Most were collapsed, but one was intact, covered with a camouflage tarp. I climbed up carefully and looked inside. The floor was covered with trash and old blankets, but what made me freeze were the items stacked in the corner. 5 glass jars filled with cloudy liquid. Floating inside each was something that looked like animal parts. I recognized pieces of bone, maybe small skulls, bits of fur. One jar had something that looked disturbingly like a human finger, though it was too decayed to be sure. I backed out slowly, heart pounding. There was no sign of anyone nearby, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I marked the location, hurried back to the truck, and reported it once I got a signal. The district office said they'd send someone up the following week to investigate, but I should stay away from the site until then. That night, the noises came back. This time they were louder. I heard snapping twigs, slow footsteps moving around the cabin, then silence. I stood by the window for what felt like an hour, light off, listening. The next morning, I found boot prints in the dirt outside, not mine. They circled the cabin twice, stopped by the window, then disappeared into the woods. I checked the door and locks, all intact. Nothing missing, but that was when the sense of isolation hit me hard. The nearest ranger was at least 20 miles away, and the only road out took nearly an hour to drive. For the next few days, I stayed mostly near the cabin, filing reports and double-checking my gear. Every night I heard faint noises outside, sometimes scratching on the walls, sometimes what sounded like something brushing against the door. I stopped sleeping through the night. I started keeping my rifle loaded beside the bunk. By the 5th night, I decided to take a short patrol back toward the swamp where I'd found the shack, just to see if anyone was camping there again. The air had turned colder, below freezing. I left before sunrise and hiked out following my GPS coordinates. The forest looked different this time, emptier, the color drained out of everything. When I reached the clearing where the shack had been, I stopped. The building was gone. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it. The ground where it had stood was flattened, the soil churned up like so. I started working as a park ranger in northern Montana in the mid-2000s. It wasn't the kind of job people did for the pay or comfort. It was long hours, isolation, and unpredictable weather. The park stretched for miles, most of it untouched forest with steep canyons, glacial streams, and thick lodgepole pines that could block out the sun. There were hundreds of miles of unpaved roads and trails, many rarely used except by hunters or the occasional backpacker who wanted solitude. My post was in an old ranger cabin near the center of the park. The road to it was little more than a dirt track. During winter it became almost impassable. There was no cell service and only an old radio for contact. Power came from a solar setup that barely kept lights on after sunset. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked the silence. I'd been through enough city jobs and noise. The woods felt cleaner, simpler. That fall was colder than usual. The first snow came early, a light dusting that melted by afternoon but left the ground soft and muddy. My main duties were to patrol the northern boundary, check campsites, and look for signs of illegal hunting. Most hunters followed the rules, but sometimes people crossed lines, especially near the river valley where elk tended to migrate. One afternoon, in late September, I was making a patrol run along the ridge trail. I'd parked my truck near a small clearing that served as a turnaround spot and continued on foot. The trail followed the ridge for about 3 miles before dropping into a valley filled with aspens and low brush. It was quiet except for wind and the occasional creak of branches rubbing together. About halfway down, I noticed something odd, a small area where the brush was trampled flat, like a camp had been there recently. It wasn't a designated site, but people sometimes set up their tents wherever they felt like it. There were remnants of a small fire pit, half-burned logs, and a circle of blackened stones. The ashes were still gray, not bleached white, meaning it had been used within a few days. I found a torn plastic tarp snagged in a bush, a few empty food wrappers, and footprints heading toward the creek. I followed the tracks for about 50 yards before losing them near the water. It didn't seem like a big deal. Probably someone camping illegally and leaving a mess behind. I took a few photos for the report, noted the GPS coordinates, and moved on. Over the next week, though, I kept finding similar spots. Always near water, always with the same type of debris. Burned fire pits, torn tarps, a few cans or wrappers. None of them looked like official campers. It was too spread out and too careless. What caught my attention most was that each site had some sign of meat. Bones, bits of fat, sometimes wrapped in paper or cloth. I assumed hunters were dressing game illegally in remote spots. On October 4th, I got a call over the radio from the main ranger station. A hiker had reported hearing gunshots near a closed section of the park. They asked me to check it out since I was the closest. The area was near the south boundary, a long drive from my cabin, about 2 hours on rough roads. By the time I reached the access gate, the sun was low, and the forest was cast in that deep orange light that comes right before dusk. I parked, grabbed my pack, and started down the old fire road on foot. It was quiet except for wind in the trees. I kept listening for gunshots, but heard nothing. About a mile in, I found fresh tire tracks, narrow, like from a small pickup. They led off the road into a grove of spruce where the ground dipped sharply. Following them, I found another makeshift campsite. But this one was different. The fire pit was still warm. Smoke was faintly rising from it, and the ground around it was freshly disturbed. Whoever had been here left in a hurry. There was also the smell, an acrid metallic scent like blood or burned meat. I saw a few large stains on the ground near the pit, darker than mud. A rope hung from a low branch with what looked like a pulley system for hanging game, but there was nothing on it now. Scattered around were small bones, some still with bits of tissue. The more I looked, the stranger it seemed. There were no signs of deer hide or hooves, none of the typical remains you'd find at a hunter's dressing site. The bones were small, too small for deer and too irregular for elk. I stayed for about half an hour, taking photos and marking the site on my map. It was getting dark, and I didn't want to hike back in full night, so I started heading toward the truck. About 10 minutes up the trail, I realized I could hear something faint, an engine, maybe half a mile away, idling low. I turned off my flashlight and stood still, listening. It sounded like a small motor, maybe a generator. It would rev for a few seconds, then fade, then start again. I followed the noise, keeping off the main trail. The forest was dense and the light was gone except for a faint glow through the branches. The engine sound grew louder until I saw a dim flicker ahead, orange and white like from a lantern or campfire. I crouched low, moving between trees until I could see the source. There was a truck parked in a shallow hollow, half covered by a camo tarp. The generator was set up near the back, attached to a single floodlight that illuminated a table. 2 large coolers sat beside it, and a bundle of black garbage bags. No one was visible, but I heard movement near the table, a dull thump, the scrape of metal. I couldn't see clearly, just vague shadows shifting under the floodlight. I should have radioed it in, but reception was bad that far out. My plan was to get the license plate and retreat. I circled closer, keeping trees between me and the light. The closer I got, the worse the smell became. It was the same as at the other site, blood and rot mixed with fuel. When I reached a clear line of sight, I crouched behind a log and took a good look. The table was covered in butcher paper, soaked through. The coolers were open. Inside I saw meat, pale, cleanly cut, wrapped in sections. At first I thought it was deer or elk, but the cuts looked strange, uneven. One of the shadows moved into the light. It was a man wearing a stained parka, sleeves rolled up. He was using a knife to separate something on the table. I watched as he placed small pieces into bags and sealed them with tape. Then he turned slightly, and I saw his face clearly. He wasn't anyone I recognized, maybe mid-40s, thin, unshaven, with deep lines around his eyes. He looked tired, focused. There was no expression of rush or fear, just concentration. He moved toward the truck, placed one of the sealed bags inside a cooler, and went back to the table. I stayed frozen watching. My breathing felt too loud. I was about to back away when I saw something that made me freeze completely. Beside the table, half covered by a tarp, was a shape that wasn't an animal. It was unmistakably human, an arm visible under the edge of the fabric, pale and still. For a few seconds, my brain refused to register it. Then everything inside me went cold. I eased backward, step by step, not taking my eyes off the scene. When I was far enough that the light no longer reached me, I turned and started moving quickly toward the trail, careful not to make noise. It took nearly 20 minutes to reach the road, though it felt much longer. When I finally saw my truck, I didn't bother turning on the headlights until I was out of the forest. I drove fast, faster than I should have on that dirt road, the tires skidding on loose gravel. I radioed the station once I reached a high point where the signal worked. I kept my voice steady, reporting the illegal hunting activity and describing the location. I didn't mention what I thought I saw under the tarp. I just said there might be evidence of poaching or foul play. They told me a county unit would meet me at the junction by midnight. I waited there in the truck, lights off, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The forest was silent except for crickets. When the sheriff's deputies arrived, we went back together, 4 of them, 2 vehicles. It was after 1 a.m. by the time we got to the site. The light was still on when we approached, but the generator had almost run out of fuel, sputtering weakly. The floodlight flickered. The truck and coolers were still there. But the man was gone. The tarp beside the table was pulled back slightly now, and what I'd seen before was clear in the harsh flashlight beams. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't even whole anymore. The ground was soaked with dark stains. The sheriff turned pale, called for backup immediately. They found more later that morning, more remains in the garbage bags, scattered bones near the creek, and evidence that this wasn't the first time he'd done it. Apparently, there had been a string of missing hikers over the past few months, mostly drifters or solo backpackers who went off the main trails. No one had made the connection until that night. The man they eventually identified had been living out of his truck for years, drifting between parks and public lands. He'd been arrested once before for poaching but disappeared after release. They found his makeshift camps scattered across miles of forest, each one with traces of what he'd done. After the investigation, I was put on administrative leave. I didn't go back to that cabin. When I finally packed my things weeks later, I noticed something that still makes my stomach turn. On the ridge trail near the creek where I'd first seen the trampled brush, there was a small marker flag, probably from forensics. It was only a few yards from where I had stood that day taking photos of the old fire pit. I hadn't noticed it before, but just beyond that pit was a shallow depression in the ground, like someone had started to dig, then stopped. They told me later they found human remains there too. I worked one more year as a ranger, but the woods never felt the same. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in northern Minnesota during the summer and early fall of 1998. It was the kind of job where you were mostly alone, checking campsites, cleaning up fire pits, refilling trail maps, and making sure no one was poaching or leaving trash behind. I was 24 back then and didn't have much experience, just a love for being outside and a need to get away from people for a while. The park was big, more than 200,000 acres of dense pine forest, lakes, bogs, and rocky ridges that seemed to go on forever. The area I was assigned to patrol was on the northern end, where a long, rough trail called Hollow North ran for about 14 miles before dead-ending near an old fire tower. Hardly anyone went that far in. Most visitors stayed near the southern campsites or the main lake. Hollow North was quiet, remote, and wild in a way that felt untouched. There were no cabins, no roads beyond the first 5 miles, and no cell service. Once you got past the first few trail markers, you might not see another person for days. I liked that about it. At first, anyway, my routine was simple. Every morning, I drove a park-issued truck down the access road to the Hollow North trailhead, signed in at the small ranger shack, and packed a day's worth of supplies: water, jerky, granola, first aid kit, map, radio, and a small notepad for recording maintenance issues or violations. Then I'd start walking. Some days I only went 5 miles in. Some days I'd stay out overnight if I needed to check the backcountry campsites. There was a wooden lean-to near mile marker 12 that I used as a base when I had to camp out. It wasn't much, just 3 walls, a tin roof, and a bench made from logs. The first few weeks were uneventful. I saw moose tracks, fresh bear scat, and plenty of deer, but nothing unusual. The days were long and humid, mosquitoes were brutal, and the nights were cool enough that I sometimes slept in my jacket. I'd grown used to the rhythm, the crunch of pine needles under my boots, the buzz of insects, the way the wind moved through the trees. Out there, everything slowed down, but then small things started to feel off. It began with a smell. Around late July, maybe 3 weeks into the job, I started noticing a faint, sour odor along the trail around mile 9. At first, I thought it was just a dead animal nearby, a rabbit or raccoon maybe, but every time I passed that area, the smell was there. It wasn't rotting flesh exactly. It was sharper, almost chemical, like spoiled meat mixed with gasoline. I searched around a few times, thinking maybe a hunter had dumped remains, but I never found anything. The ground was undisturbed. No drag marks, no feathers, no fur. Just that smell. A few days later, I found something stranger. Near mile 10, off the trail about 20 yards, there was a small clearing with a fire ring I didn't recognize. It wasn't one of the designated sites. Someone had built it out of flat stones with blackened ash still inside. There were a few burned sticks, a crumpled beer can, and an old tarp half buried in pine needles. I made a note of it, cleaned up what I could, and kicked dirt over the fire ring. Unauthorized campsites weren't uncommon, especially with locals who didn't want to pay fees. I radioed it in when I got back, but no one thought much of it. Over the next week, though, I found 2 more of those little makeshift fire rings. Both were roughly in line with the first one, almost as if someone had been moving deeper and deeper into the woods, setting up camp, then moving again. The third one, near mile 11, was worse. There were no cans or gear this time, just a circle of rocks, a pile of charred wood, and something small and white near the edge. At first I thought it was a bone. When I picked it up, I saw that it was part of a shoe sole, melted and warped from heat. That was the first time I felt real unease out there. I didn't tell anyone about it right away. I wasn't sure if it was important. Maybe some hiker burned old trash, I told myself. But that night back at the ranger cabin, I couldn't stop thinking about those fire rings lined up like breadcrumbs. Who would hike that far in just to make a campfire, leave it, then move on? The next day, I decided to hike all the way to the fire tower. It was an old metal structure, rusting and unstable, used decades ago before satellite monitoring replaced manual lookout posts. I'd been told not to climb it, it wasn't safe, but there was a small storage shed at the base where some old supplies were kept. The trail that day was unusually quiet, not even birds. Around mile 10, the air felt heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. That sour chemical smell came back too, stronger this time. It was faint at first, then it hit me hard enough to make me gag. I pulled my shirt over my nose and slowed down, scanning the woods. The smell seemed to be coming from ahead, near the 11th mile marker. When I reached the spot, I saw something on the ground beside the trail. A blue tarp, folded but filthy, with one corner tied around a tree root like it had been caught in the wind. There were dark stains across the surface, dry but unmistakable. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but I knew blood when I saw it. The stains were deep brown, almost black, and soaked through the layers of tarp. I crouched down and touched it with a stick. The material was stiff. Underneath it, the ground was soft and uneven. I prodded the dirt, half expecting to hit a buried cooler or trash, but instead the soil gave way like something had been disturbed recently. That was enough for me. I didn't dig. I didn't need to. I marked the coordinates on my map, took a few notes, and turned back. My radio was cutting in and out, so I decided to hike back to the truck and report it properly. It was almost dark by the time I got back, and the smell had followed me most of the way, faint but lingering. When I told my supervisor the next morning, he said he'd send a team out to check it. 2 officers went up that afternoon while I handled another patrol closer to the lake. When I saw them again that evening, they looked uneasy but didn't say much. Just that they'd found remains, and that the site was being treated as a possible crime scene. I wasn't asked to go back for a while. For about a week, Hollow North was closed to the public. I heard bits and pieces through the grapevine. They said the remains were animal at first, then they said they weren't sure. Eventually, word came down that it was human. No ID, no belongings, just partial remains and a tarp. No sign of a struggle, no tools, no weapon. The bones were old enough that decomposition had done its work, but not so old that they'd been there for years. Maybe a few months at most. The park was quiet after that. Visitors were spooked, staff were jumpy, and I started sleeping poorly. Every creak of the cabin made me think of that tarp. I'd wake up sweating, convinced I could smell that same sour rot even indoors. By late August, the area reopened. I didn't want to go back, but I had no choice. It was part of the job. When I finally hiked Hollow North again, it felt different. Not haunted, just violated. The trees seemed darker. The air was heavier. I carried a sidearm that day, something I rarely did. Near mile 8, I noticed something new. A trail of footprints leading off the path into the brush. They were deep and wide, from heavy boots, and looked recent. Maybe a few hours old. I followed them for a bit, maybe 50 yards, until they disappeared into thick ferns. I figured they belonged to hunters or hikers ignoring closure rules. So I made a note and kept going. But that evening, when I turned back down the trail toward my truck, I saw the footprints again, this time on top of my own. Someone had followed me. I stopped walking and looked around. The woods were silent. The sun was low, slanting through the pines in long orange lines. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt watched. Every instinct in me told me to leave. I kept walking fast, not running but close. I didn't stop until I reached the truck, and even then I checked the tree line twice before getting in. For the next few days I stayed on other trails. The memory of those overlapping footprints stayed with me, though. Whoever it was, they'd known where I was going and followed close enough to step in my tracks. In early September I had to go back again, routine maintenance check. The air was colder now, mornings misty and damp. I left early, hoping to be done by noon. Everything was fine until I reached the lean-to near mile 12. I hadn't been there since July. When I stepped inside, the first thing I noticed was the smell again. Faint, but there. Then I saw the marks on the floor. Someone had carved into the wood. 3 long, straight lines parallel to each other, like scratches from a knife. Beneath them was a dark stain that had soaked into the floorboards. I crouched down and touched it. The wood was rough and sticky. The stain was dry, but it spread wider than I expected, maybe 2 feet across. There were other signs. 2 ashes in the old fire pit, a dented canteen, and boot prints leading away into the woods behind the lean-to. Whoever had been there had stayed a while. I checked my map, and the direction those tracks led didn't follow any official trail. It went straight north into unmarked forest. I followed for about half a mile before I found what I think was their last camp. It was small, hidden between rocks and fallen trees. There was a sleeping bag, filthy and torn, a half-empty bottle of lighter fluid, and bones, small ones, like from a deer or dog, scattered around a blackened fur. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in northern Wyoming during the mid-2000s. It wasn't one of those parks that had tourists swarming through all summer. This was deep, quiet country where most of the visitors were hunters, trappers, or hikers who knew what they were doing. It stretched for miles of rugged hills, canyons, and pine forests, all the way up to the edge of the Bighorn Mountains. The job was mostly checking permits, patrolling fire roads, and keeping an eye out for poachers. It could get lonely out there, but I liked that. I'd always preferred silence and long distances to crowds and chatter. That fall, I was stationed in an old ranger cabin built back in the 60s. It sat a few hundred yards off a dirt road that wound through thick pine woods, maybe 20 miles from the nearest paved highway. The nearest ranger post was about 40 miles away. My job was to cover about 50 square miles of the southern section of the forest, a lot of ground for one person. The cabin had no running water, only a hand pump out back and a small solar panel that barely powered a single light bulb and a radio. The season had been slow that year. There weren't many campers and even fewer hunters. Most of the ones that came through checked in at the main station closer to town. My job was to make rounds every few days, drive the trails, check for illegal fires, damaged signs, or any signs of people staying too long without permits. I'd record everything in a logbook, refill water tanks at trailheads, and keep an eye on the weather stations. It was a quiet rhythm, and after a while the woods started to feel like part of me. I could tell the difference between the sound of a chipmunk in leaves and a deer stepping carefully through brush. I knew where the wind would shift mid-afternoon, how the air smelled different after rain, and when a storm was about to roll in by the way the crows flew low. It was late October. When things started to feel different, I was on my 3rd week, alone in that cabin when I found something strange along one of the smaller access trails. The road had been muddy from recent rain, and I noticed a set of deep tire ruts cutting off the main track. They weren't from one of our vehicles. The tread pattern was narrow, like from an old pickup, maybe a half-ton model. What caught my attention was that it had come from an unmarked path, one that wasn't even listed on the park's maps. I knew those roads pretty well, and this one didn't make sense. I followed it on foot for a bit. The track wound between tall pines and eventually faded into an open clearing about 50 yards off the main route. The grass was pressed down like something heavy had been parked there recently. There were a few empty beer cans, cigarette butts, and a small pile of ashes from a fire. Someone had been camping there without a permit. That wasn't rare. But what bothered me was that they'd gone to the trouble of finding a hidden spot far from the usual sites. I logged the discovery, took a few photos, and marked it on my map. I'd planned to return the next day to check for new activity. When I got back to the cabin that night, I couldn't shake a strange unease. The woods felt unusually still. No night sounds, not even the chirping insects that usually filled the dark. I tried to read under the weak light from my lantern, but I kept glancing at the window. It wasn't fear exactly, more like the awareness of something watching. The next morning I went back to the clearing. The ashes were gone. Completely. The cans and butts were gone too. Even the flattened grass had started to spring back up, like someone had intentionally tried to erase all signs of their stay. But I could still see faint new tire tracks leaving the spot. They went deeper into the woods, along a narrow gap between trees that I was sure no normal road existed in. I decided to follow the tracks again, walking this time since the path was too tight for my truck. After a few hundred yards, the woods opened up into a long, shallow valley. There, I saw what looked like an old structure half covered in brush. At first, I thought it was just an old hunting blind or maybe a shack used by loggers decades ago. But when I got closer, it looked more deliberate. The walls were made from plywood and sheet metal, nailed crudely together, and there were signs of recent use, footprints, some trash, and a faint smell of gasoline. I peeked through a gap in the wall. Inside were a few folding chairs, a dirty sleeping bag, and what looked like a small generator. There was also a pile of old animal bones in the corner. They were bleached and cracked, but they didn't look like something left behind by animals scavenging. Some of them were arranged in a kind of circle with burned wood in the middle. I didn't touch anything, just noted the coordinates and headed back. I didn't want to spook whoever it was in case they were still around. It's not uncommon for people to live off the grid out there, but this felt different. It didn't have the look of a long-term camp, more like someone came and went quickly, trying not to be found. When I got back to the cabin, I radioed in my report. The response from the main office was delayed, but they said they'd send someone to check it out in a few days. In the meantime, I was told to stay alert. That night it rained again, steady and cold. I lay in my bunk listening to it hit the roof, the sound of water dripping off the eaves, and the faint creak of trees bending in the wind. Sometime after midnight I heard something else, a dull thud followed by another. It sounded like something heavy hitting wood, maybe a branch falling. But then I heard it again, closer this time, a slow, rhythmic knocking from somewhere outside the cabin. I turned off my lantern and waited, listening. The sound came again, 3 slow knocks followed by silence. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped to the window. I couldn't see anything, just the rain streaking down the glass and the faint reflection of my own face. I stood there for a while, barely breathing. Then I heard the crunch of gravel, footsteps, faint but distinct. By the time I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, the sound was gone. The rain had nearly stopped, but I could see boot prints in the mud near the corner of the cabin. They were small, narrow, maybe from someone wearing light hiking boots. They led away into the woods, vanishing into the darkness. The next morning I followed the prints for a while, until the mud turned to dry ground. They seemed to head roughly in the direction of that makeshift camp I'd found, but I didn't push farther. I figured whoever it was probably knew the woods well. Maybe they'd seen my truck, realized I was a ranger and didn't want trouble. Over the next few days I kept noticing little things. My fuel can, which I always kept behind the cabin, had been moved. The latch on the tool shed was bent, like someone tried to pry it open. And one morning, I found a small pile of ash and half-burned sticks about 50 yards behind the cabin, as if someone had made a fire there and left it still warm. I reported everything again, but I was told that help was delayed because of a wildfire up north. I'd have to hold down the post for a few more days. By the 4th day, I started sleeping with my flashlight on my chest. Every sound outside made me sit up. The knocking didn't happen again, but sometimes I'd hear faint movement in the brush just beyond the tree line. It wasn't an animal. It was slow, steady, like a person pacing. That evening, I decided to do one more round before dark. I followed the dirt road north for about 2 miles and looped back toward the direction of the hidden shack. When I reached the spot, the structure was gone, completely. Not just dismantled, gone. The boards, the metal sheets, everything. The ground was churned up and I could see fresh tire tracks leading away. Someone had taken it all apart and hauled it out within the last day or so. As I turned to head back, I noticed something hanging from a branch near the path, a small strip of blue fabric tied into a knot. It looked like it came from a work shirt. It was damp, flapping slightly in the breeze. I took a photo, untied it, and kept walking. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the window with my radio on low, watching the edge of the woods. Just before dawn, I saw movement. A faint light, maybe a flashlight, flickering between the trees. It moved slowly, then went out. I waited for a long time after that, but nothing else happened. When daylight came, I checked the spot where I saw the light. There were fresh boot prints again, this time deeper, like someone had been standing there for a while. But what stopped me cold was what I found nailed to one of the trees. It was a piece of plywood with something carved into it. Crude letters burned into the surface. It said, "Stop looking." I didn't report that part right away. I just took the sign down and brought it back with me. I didn't know what to think anymore. Later that afternoon, I heard the sound of an engine, faint, somewhere far off. I went outside and listened. It faded, then came back again, like someone was circling through the forest roads. When I checked the map, I realized the direction lined up with one of the old logging roads that had been officially closed off for years. Whoever it was had found a way in. The following night, everything came to a head. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my truck door slamming shut. I froze. My keys were still hanging inside the cabin. I slipped out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and peeked through the blinds. My truck was about 30 feet away, and there was someone standing next to it. A man, maybe in his 40s or 50s, wearing a dark jacket and a hat. He was shining a small flashlight into the windows of my truck. I didn't move. I just watched as he slowly walked around the vehicle, pausing by the... I started working as a seasonal park ranger in northern Idaho in the late 2000s. I was in my mid-20s, fresh out of college, and just wanted something quiet and outdoorsy before settling into what I thought would be a normal job. The park was enormous, over 200,000 acres of forest, lakes, and rugged backcountry terrain that stretched so far that even the locals admitted they hadn't seen all of it. The place was a patchwork of dense pine, open meadow, and long stretches of logging road that hadn't been maintained in years. Some parts were still littered with remnants of the old forestry days, collapsed sheds, rusted equipment, foundations that led nowhere. My station was at a small outpost about 25 miles from the main ranger office, just me and another ranger who rotated in every other week. When I was alone, I was responsible for patrolling roughly 50 square miles of backcountry, checking on campsites, making sure trails were marked, and occasionally assisting with search and rescue when hunters or hikers went missing. The first few weeks went by like I expected. Quiet mornings, long hikes, cold nights in the ranger cabin that smelled faintly of creosote and old smoke. The forest felt endless but peaceful. I'd walk for hours without hearing another human sound, only wind and the distant rush of creeks tumbling down the hills. It was mid-September when things began to shift. The air was colder, crisper, the leaves just starting to change. That was when hunting season was set to begin, so we always got an uptick of people heading deep into the woods. My job that week was simple. Make sure no one set up camp in restricted areas and check on a few backcountry trails that hadn't been used much that summer. On the third day of patrol, I decided to take a route that looped through a stretch called Maple Ridge, which was a few miles from an old fire road that hadn't been maintained since the 80s. The area had a reputation for being tough to navigate. The trees grew tight together, and a lot of the markers had faded or been torn down. But it was still part of the park, and I needed to inspect it before bow season started. I parked my truck at a turnoff around noon, radioed in my route, and set off with my pack and map. The trail started clear enough, old markers nailed into trees, flattened earth where hikers had once walked. But after about 2 miles, it all began to fade. The trees closed in, and the ground turned uneven, pocked with holes from old stumps. Then I found something strange. About 3 miles in, I came across a small clearing that wasn't on my map. It looked like a campsite, but not one that had been recently approved. There was a fire ring made of stones, a few half-burned logs, and even a makeshift lean-to built from branches and an old tarp. It looked like someone had been living there, but it didn't seem recent. Everything was damp, covered in needles and moss. I figured maybe it was an old hunting camp or someone trying to live off the grid for a while. I took a few photos, marked the coordinates, and planned to report it later. But the more I looked, the more I noticed details that didn't sit right. There were food cans lined up in a strange, almost neat order. A pair of worn boots sat by the tarp, both filled with rainwater, but perfectly upright. And then there was a metal pot sitting near the fire ring. Inside it was a collection of small bones, maybe from rabbits or squirrels, arranged in a spiral pattern. I didn't like the feeling that crept over me as I stood there. It wasn't fear at first, more like unease, like I had stepped into someone else's space and they might not be far away. I stayed for a few more minutes, jotting down notes, then headed out. I made it back to the truck just as the light began to fade. The woods out there get dark faster than you'd expect, especially in September when the canopy is thick. By the time I reached the station, it was nearly 8 p.m., and I wrote my report mentioning the old camp. I figured I'd return in daylight with another ranger to check it more thoroughly. That night, I didn't sleep well. The cabin was quiet except for the occasional creak of the wood stove cooling. Around midnight, I thought I heard a faint tapping sound coming from outside. Maybe branches moving in the wind or small animals scurrying by. But it came and went in a rhythm that felt almost deliberate. I ignored it, told myself it was just my imagination, and went back to sleep. The next day, I got up early and headed out again, this time toward a lake called Whitaker Pond, about 10 miles north. It was remote, almost forgotten, but part of my patrol route. The area had a few backcountry campsites, mostly used by hunters who didn't mind packing in gear for miles. The path there was rough, fallen trees, mud, old bridges barely holding together. I stopped several times to clear branches, took photos of trail damage, and pushed on. It was late afternoon when I reached the pond. The water was calm, dark green, and perfectly still. No one was there, but on the far side of the shore, something caught my eye, a small blue tarp tucked between trees. At first, I thought it was another abandoned camp, but as I got closer, I saw that it wasn't old. The ground was freshly disturbed. Someone had been there very recently. There was a half-finished fire, a few cans of beans, a sleeping bag that looked new, and a small pile of clothing. I stood there scanning the area. No footprints that I could see clearly, but something about the place felt wrong. The firewood wasn't gathered from nearby. It looked like it had been carried in, neatly stacked. And there was that smell, faint but distinct, something metallic like rust or old blood. I crouched near the fire pit, poking around. Under a layer of ash, I found bones again. Bigger ones this time. Probably deer, but I couldn't be sure. Some still had bits of meat clinging to them. Whoever was camping there was hunting or poaching and not cleaning up after themselves. I pulled out my camera, took pictures, and turned to head back. That's when I noticed something strange in the mud, a set of tracks. They weren't boots. They were bare feet. It had rained recently, so the prints were clear. Large, deep human. One set. The person had walked from the woods to the fire and back, barefoot through sharp gravel and sticks. I followed the prints for maybe 30 yards before they vanished into the trees. At that point, I decided not to linger. It wasn't uncommon to find squatters or off-grid types in the forest, but this felt different. Too deliberate, too close. I hiked out as quickly as I could, reaching my truck just as it started raining again. The drive back was long, rough, and filled with that sense that something was behind me, though I never saw another vehicle or person. When I reported the second camp to my supervisor the next morning, he told me to stay cautious. He said it was probably an illegal hunter or a drifter, and we'd check it out together later that week. But that night something happened that made me realize this wasn't just someone camping illegally. It was almost 2 a.m. when I woke up to a noise outside the cabin. It wasn't tapping this time. It was something heavy brushing against the porch railing. I stayed still listening. Then came the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps on the gravel outside. Not hurried, just steady. I turned off the lantern and waited. The cabin had 2 small windows and a solid door, but out there in the dark, even small noises carried like whispers. The footsteps circled once, then stopped near the side where the radio antenna was mounted. For maybe a full minute, I heard nothing but breathing, deep, human breathing. Then it stopped. I waited another 10 minutes before daring to move. When I finally looked outside with a flashlight, I saw nothing. But on the porch, in the thin beam of light, were footprints, bare feet, wet, muddy, with bits of pine needles stuck to them. I hardly slept the rest of the night. At dawn, I went outside to check the perimeter. The prints led from the woods to the cabin and then back out into the trees. Whoever it was had come right up to the porch and stood there for who knows how long. That morning, I drove to the main office, 40 minutes away, and told the others. They took it seriously. We hiked back together that afternoon, 3 rangers, armed, checking for any signs of trespassers. We found nothing, no one, not a single clue other than those footprints, which had been partly washed away by the rain. For the rest of the week, I stayed at the main compound, not at the cabin. I didn't want to be out there alone. But a few days later, one of the rangers, an older guy named Frank, called me on the radio. He'd been patrolling near Maple Ridge, close to that first abandoned camp I'd found. He said he'd found something unusual and wanted me to take a look. When I got there, he pointed out what he'd found. It was another camp, older than the others, tucked deeper into the trees. Same kind of setup, fire ring, makeshift shelter, old cans and bones. But this one had something extra, a small pile of park brochures and laminated maps, all neatly stacked and held down with a rock. Each one had a section circled in pen. The circled area, my patrol zone. We packed up the items, took photos, and hiked out. On the way back, I noticed something that froze me for a second. A tree with a strip of fabric tied around it, about head height. It was part of a shirt, torn off, and it was stained dark brown. After that, the park launched an investigation. They suspected someone had been living illegally in the backcountry for months, maybe longer. We checked records of missing persons, but nothing matched. No signs of vehicles, no abandoned gear, no camps near any road. Whoever it was, they stayed deep in, moving from place to place, probably hunting for food. I left that station at the end of the season. I didn't renew for